Okay, you are unmuted. Quiet in the room, please.
Who? Okay, welcome everybody to the regular HARC meeting of Wednesday, August 19th at 5:30 p.m. at Rebecca Hall. This meeting is a hybrid meeting, and if you're out there connecting electronically, we look forward to your participation at when the time comes by raising your hand electronically. As a reminder to everyone, the purpose of HARC is to preserve, maintain, and enhance the historic character, scale, architectural integrity, and cultural resources of the town and the Telluride Historic Landmark District. With us, we have Ashley from council along with Charles online. Welcome. Thanks for coming. Staff, we have Allie, Kristen, Piper, Darren, Mike, I think, and James and Lance. And on the board, we'll do roll call.
Sherry Gorley.
Stacy Lake.
Matt Lee.
Mark Chamba.
Robert Mather.
You're on, Andrew.
Andrew Williamson.
And the cool guy with the cool rays. Good shirt. Okay, just don't look at us. I don't know, is this legal? Okay. Today we had a site walk at 3 p.m. at 860 Blackbird Road, the Shenandoah project. And the only discussions allowed are, as usual, those that relate to the orientation of the site, physical characteristics of the site, and the layout of the site, keyword site. During the site walk, any public comment, then of course, related to other issues will be relevant to historic guidelines and land use code with me tonight. Attending from HARC were Mark, Sherry, Matt, Stacy, and Bob. Staff had Kristen and Michael Owen and Lance and James. And Aaron might have been there remotely. So all that said, we are ready for a motion to approve our meeting of July 15th.
I move to approve the minutes as read. July 15th.
I will second.
Okay, Bob, you vote.
Yes.
Mark, yes.
Matt, yes.
Stacy, yes.
Andrew?
Andrew, yes.
Okay. And I will make a motion as the lone attendee to approve the HARC meetings at the chair meeting, I should say, at July 15th as written. Staff announcements.
Sure. I just have one, and this is for the HARC board and members of the public as well. We have an information session scheduled for August 25th at noon here. And that information session is focused on the Colorado Wildfire Resiliency Code, the floodplain regulations and variance process, and the construction mitigation plan. Open to the public. Target audience is architects, builders, our building community, and arborists, landscape architects, etc. That information is posted on our website. Everyone is invited to join. If you register in advance, we are providing lunch, and it will go from 12 to 1 with updates and then time for questions and answers. So I just wanted to take the opportunity to share that with the public and with you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any public comment on non-agenda items? Non-agenda items tonight? I'm looking online. Raise your hand if you have one.
We have Douglas Tooley.
Douglas Tooley, welcome. Douglas, non-agenda item comment, please, 3 minutes or less.
Yes, I'd just like to express a concern as a longtime participant in these planning processes and working professionally in an adjacent field that with good data, that I'm seeing an evolving pattern of practice of defaming people who speak responsibly with sexual maliciousness and complete financial irresponsibility, including the people that are making a profit off the $1 million a unit that we're now paying. And as was with the hospital plan 1.0 in 2015, creating unreasonable projects that get shot down because of that incompetence and the avoidance of the paying by those costs by the same crew that's sexually maliciously controlling this town through the planning process and their democratic establishment pimps. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other comments on non-agenda items?
There are no other hands raised.
Okay, then we will move on to our work session this evening. It's the second work session at 335 West Colorado, the county and town facility. It is, the summary is consideration of an application for a work session on proposed new construction, shed repositioning, and a shed relocation pursuant to the Land Use Code 5201C, legal descriptions, lots 1, 3, 5, 13, and 15, block 1, town of Telluride, address 335 West Colorado, zone district, historic commercial, applicants, San Miguel County, the owners are San Miguel County, applicant, HOK and CC Architects, staff member Christian Clothier. And I would like to say something. We have a full agenda tonight. Those of you who were here last month, we went till 12:30 in the morning. I have an announcement to make. We are not going to 12:30 tomorrow morning, but the only way to do that is three things. We want everybody to speak and we need to limit public comments to 3 minutes or less. And if somebody says something that exactly you want to say, then please just say, I agree 100% with that person. And let's not hear the same words again. Number two, I need to ask staff and the applicants to, especially when we have continuations and we've had multiple work sessions, to please don't spend more than 2 or 3 minutes. In fact, can almost say nothing on the past work sessions, past proposals, because we have studied it till the cows come home. And this is a professional group of people. We know every drawing. We have questions on some drawings that may not be clear, but please, for tonight, I ask you to abbreviate that. And then on projects where we have continuations, basically just read the back to us after an intro and then tell us what you think about the project before we deliberate. So with that, I think we can get through this, Bob.
I do have to make a statement.
Go ahead.
Okay. I discussed this with Ally, and just to let you know that I'm on the County Historic Preservation Commission. As far as I know, we have no involvement in this coming project. We've never discussed it. But I do want to mention that at the end of our meeting last month, I did have a discussion with the Assistant County Manager about the relocation of the shed. And that discussion basically, from what I gathered from him, they don't want to move the shed to the Golden Goose Park.
Well, thanks for the disclosure. Anybody have any questions or issue? Not, I think we go ahead. Andrew, you good?
Yep.
Okay,
Thank you.
Kristen.
Great. Thank you so much. I will move speedily through some notes pertaining to this project. I will, for the benefit of the public, just frame where we are today briefly. This HARC work sessions for a potential new municipal building, shed repositioning and shed relocation at 335 West Colorado Ave, the corner of Colorado and Aspen. San Miguel County has indicated interest in partnering with the town of Telluride on a shared facility located at this location, which is county owned. The new buildings proposed to be occupied by both San Miguel County and Town of Telluride municipal departmental offices, with some commercial retail at the ground level. And the county and town have entered into a memorandum of understanding for the feasibility and preliminary design. So that's where we are now. In terms of the review process, an initial HARC work session on this project took place on 5/21/25. This is the second HARC work session on the proposed project. The purpose of this work session is for the applicant to review progress on the county town facilities project proposal at 335 West Colorado and to receive input from HARC on the latest proposed design. Work sessions provide an opportunity for the applicant to seek guidance from HARC prior to preparing and submitting a formal HARC application. The applicant has incorporated comments received from the first HARC work session into the revised work session 2 submittals. So HARC is requested to provide general feedback on the information presented by the applicant during the work session. HARC should focus their review on the areas within which HARC has decision-making purview. HARC's preliminary evaluation during a work session is not intended to and shall not vest the applicant or public with any reliance as to the outcome of the formal development review process per Land Use Code 5201C5. So that was the preliminaries. Looking at the project, I produced a memo which has many more details. So I am just going to focus on the bigger picture in my presentation. And I know the applicant is going to cover their project in great detail, and then allow HARC to have opportunities for questions and then public comments. So there's a primary structure on the property. It is non-contributing without qualifications. The proposal includes demolition of this primary structure and replacement with a new primary structure comprised of retail, commercial on the first floor, fronting on Colorado Ave, and office space for San Miguel County and Town of Telluride, as I mentioned, on the upper floors. There are also 2 historic sheds, contributing sheds on the property. THAS number 80 is in its original historic location. The second shed, THAS number 81, is not in its original historic location. So this work session, we will further discuss with HARC the potential for the repositioning of the historic shed, which is not currently sited in its original location as proposed by the applicant, to resite, and a receiving site has been identified by the applicant. They will discuss that further. Land use code compliance, just so that the public is aware, a formal land use code compliance review will take place following the submission of a complete HARC application. Prior to the work session, staff did review land use code requirements with the applicant to ensure that they understand the requirements and constraints and that they are taken into consideration. These are just the overview of compliance with the design guidelines, the overall precepts. As you know, keep it simple, keep it in scale, respect historic resources, and make all new design compatible with the existing context. In this instance, the Main Street commercial rehabilitation, alley shed and secondary structures, and exterior and site lighting standards and guidelines apply. So during this work session, the aim is to focus on the design guidelines that are particularly pertinent at this early stage of project design. I am only going to go over some overview elements of the Main Street commercial treatment area, and then I'm going to highlight a handful or so of items that HARC may consider focusing on during their discussion later on in this work session, very briefly. So first, Main Street commercial treatment area, just big picture. This treatment area that this property is within encompasses the half of each block that faces Colorado Avenue from Aspen Street to Alder Street. It contains some of the most picturesque historic commercial buildings in the Rocky Mountain West. Preservation of historic and scenic assets within this treatment area is vital to the community. Each thing I'm stating is part of the design guidelines and the overview for this treatment area. The buildings frame one of the most spectacular views in Colorado. Each historic building in this treatment area contributes significantly to the integrity of the Telluride Historic Landmark District. New development should be compatible with the historic character of this treatment area. An alignment of storefronts, a rhythmic placement of windows on the second floors, and a consistency in roof heights create the strong continuity that pervades this area. And finally, this treatment area was and should remain the traditional hub of Telluride and the center of commercial and cultural activity. Designs for new construction should relate to the traditional storefront, reinforce the retail-oriented function of the street, and enhance its pedestrian character. So just big picture, I'm not going over these. These are all in the packet that was provided to HARC, the design guidelines that apply to this work session. There are a number in the Main Street commercial treatment area. They're all written out and documented in the packet that's posted online. There are also a number in the alley shed and secondary structures treatment area. And then finally, in the rehabilitation standards for historic properties, I would recommend the work session focus on site relationship and orientation as the highest priority. So now, finally, staff comments for the work session, just to move us forward. The applicant did incorporate feedback from the 5/21/25 HARC work session into the conceptual design, which they will share with you and the public, and which is in the packet. Their revised plans do reduce the perceived mass and scale by stepping back the third story from the corner of Aspen and Colorado, and by further breaking up the project into visually distinct modules. The third floor glazing has been reduced, materials have been modified, and module width has been revised. That said, there are opportunities in staff's opinion for further refinement to bring the project into compliance with the design guidelines. So here are some items that HARC might consider discussing during the work session. The front facade alignment, you'll see that the center module, which is in this case for the proposed project, the most easterly module, if you're looking towards it from Colorado Ave, has been cut back. That was in response to some HARC comments, but the way it was implemented may or may not be the preferred path forward. Staff would suggest that aligning that facade is really important. Right now, it's disrupted along that sidewalk's front edge, and per the design guidelines, we would want that alignment of this new building with the property line and the established storefront line. Variations in materials and design could be utilized instead to break up the modules instead of that setback as something to consider. Another item that HARC may want to consider is that the revised corner module has very prominent brick columns, and they really separate pedestrians from the front and side storefront windows at that first floor corner. The previous proposed design that came to the first work session provided more visual continuity, engaged pedestrians, and perhaps fit more appropriately into this treatment area. The suggestion is to reposition the storefront windows of the commercial space along the property lines at the corner with a recessed entryway as per the design guidelines, which would make this corner more welcoming and engaging. And right now it really has a very solid and imposing form and presence. It feels very massive. It's comprised of brick, and it increases the perceived mass and scale. So perhaps another aspect of this could be materiality, could be refining that corner, and also perhaps a landscaped green space at the corner to encourage pedestrians, perhaps local art installations, something to make that corner very welcoming, reflect pedestrian scale. And next, the west facade here. The shapes, placement, and rhythm of windows along this facade could be improved. Per the design guidelines, the upper floors should be perceived as more opaque than the lower floor. The third floor along Aspen Street is one band with windows. There are a variety of window sizes and shapes that could be refined. And the pedestrian experience as you walk along Colorado uphill on Aspen will be perceived as you come up the hill as a very blank, solid wall. So making that more visually engaging, really thinking about that design as you walk uphill would be appropriate. The historic sheds. The applicant proposes to preserve one historic shed in its original location, which is excellent. And that is the historic shed that was originally there, whereas the other shed had been relocated previously. So the second shed that is not in its original location, they are proposing to move to a receiving site in a county pocket park on the same block. This would allow for on-site, that is a typo, for on-site parking to the rear of the alley from the town and county offices. The new building will be set back quite a distance from the alley, offsetting it from the historic shed and ensuring that the historic shed is what pedestrians will encounter most directly from the alley. Moving the historic shed that's not in its original location to the park site would provide a unique opportunity for public education and outreach, as we discussed at that first work session regarding Telluride's history. Although the historic shed would not be relocated along the alley as proposed, HARC can weigh the benefits of placing this historic shed in a centrally located pocket park, which is currently undergoing substantial renovation improvement with visibility and access from Colorado Ave. So there are reasons to keep the historic shed along the alley. There may be educational reasons you may consider moving it into the park. It's all getting redesigned, and they have thought about that placement as part of that redesign as a possibility. North facade, the alley elevation could be broken into modules. As you see now, it's very flat, and it isn't broken up or modulated at this point in time. So perhaps changes in wall plane consistent with historic module widths, material changes, etc. A reduction in the size of the openings and glazing along this rear alley elevation would also be more in proportion to and consistent with the surrounding alley context. Again, it's set back from the historic shed, but refining it so it's less imposing and so that there's less light spill into the alley would be preferential. Per staff perspective, again, these might be topics you wish to discuss. Building materials, a combination of appropriate materials could be incorporated to reduce the apparent project scale. Currently, the material palette is limited, primarily brick to the south front and modern wood siding to the north rear. HARC should determine also whether the proposed wood siding is similar enough in character and detailing to materials used historically in Telluride for the relevant building type. The proposed modern wood siding may not be appropriate for the third story atop the brick front portion of the building, but may be appropriate for a portion of the rear along the alley. The heavy brick modern wood siding juxtaposition does not read as a coherent whole from the corner of Colorado and Aspen. And you can see what that material looks like here and in your packet. Parking area. This is the last one. The surface area of parking should be minimized and materials that blend with the natural colors and textures of the region should be considered to enhance the pedestrian experience along the alley. So not just paving it, but giving it some variety, giving it some color, and thinking about the materials that we use for that parking because it's adjacent to the historic shed as well. So that is all I'm going to say right now. That was just a framing for the work session in case HARC should choose to discuss those items. And now the applicant will share the full project with you. And
I'm gonna stop sharing your screen, Kristen.
that is perfect. Thank you.
Anybody have any questions for Kristen? Nope. Okay.
I would just, from what I said when I made my speech, I would suggest a conversation with the county
Yeah.
or the manager and assistant manager about the relocation location. They're telling me no.
Okay, so the applicant can speak to that. They have had those conversations and I'll ask them to address that because they noted in the packet that it is a receiving site. So thank you.
It was originally, yes.
Gotcha.
Okay, all right. So go ahead, read your name in the record and less than 30 minutes, please. And
Of course. Yeah, I think we can do it pretty quick. And Piper, do you have the slides to share? I can have Ashley do it.
Yeah, I do not
Okay.
have them.
Ashley Satterfield is online too.
Should I unmute her?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jessica Genther with HOK. I am the applicant on this project, and I also have Ashley Satterfield online with CCA, who will be co-presenting with me. Can Ashley have ability to share screen?
She has it.
Okay, great.
Great, bear with me one moment.
As she pulls that up, we will go through quickly the adjustments we've made since the last work session. And I'll go through those. Then Ashley will talk a little bit more about the overall design concept and how we're proposing to mass and scale this site and building with the materials. Mhm.
do you have the presentation on your computer?
I'm trying to figure that out. Let's
There
try
comes
this.
somebody.
Thank you, Jessica.
Okay,
Okay,
great.
please go ahead.
Okay. Okay, like I said. There's 5 main adjustments that we've made among others, but 5 related to the comments we previously received. One is setting back the 3rd floor, additionally to reduce the visual impact of that 3rd floor volume. We also adjusted the module adjacent to Miramonte, the facade along Aspen Street, and we reduced glazing at the 3rd floor, and then additional shed relocation review. So really quickly, a perspective comparison from where we were in the last work session and the design we're proposing now on the right side. So the first element of minimizing the third floor visual impact, there's three main areas that the volume has been reduced, mostly on that third floor as noted. We've set back additionally off of Colorado, and as well as lengthening the setback along Aspen. Some plan views to show that. So we've increased the setback off Colorado for 20 feet for the 50-foot module at the corner of Aspen and Colorado, and then lengthened the Aspen setback to 50 feet from the corner of Aspen and Colorado. The first module against Miramonte is a 25-foot module, which we'll talk about in a moment. But we did set that back, that whole facade, about 2 feet, really to break up the mass and scale of this long site, and to relate to the traditional building modules in the historic district. So this shows just an elevation. On the left side, we had a 30-foot module against Miramonte, and now we have 25 and 50 feet again to match those traditional site widths. The next adjustment was the Aspen facade. The top elevation was what was presented previously. This is a section looking east along Aspen Street. So on the very left side is Columbia, with the residential property there, then the alley, the shed, our proposed project, Colorado, and then across Colorado, just to orient everyone. So some of the key elements here was really reducing the change of material across the Aspen Street elevation to try to maintain a simplicity of that facade while still providing character to the corner for the presence and the entry into town. A corner view looking up along Aspen. So again, the left side is where we were at the last work session. The right is the newly proposed design. You can see that the visual appearance of the glazing is reduced on that third floor. Again, it was set back a bit further, and there was a change in the parapet height from a railed parapet to a solid parapet to again reduce that visual impact of the glazing. Another note, we understand staff's comment about walking up Aspen. You'll see here that first, 3 sections of storefront holding that corner. And then as you move further, using materiality change to enhance your experience moving up Aspen. Elevation along Aspen. And then I'll hand it off to Ashley to walk through additional design considerations.
Great, thank you. I'd also like to request that Charles Cuniff be unmuted in case he has anything to add to this presentation as well. Here we show the prominent corner view from the street as you drive along Colorado on your way into town. The overall massing and design is composed of 3 simple elements and material considerations. So you have the 2-story primary massing at the corner with brick, traditional storefront and punched window openings, a 3-story 25-foot brick infill module set back slightly from the face of the primary structure, and a setback 3rd-story subordinate with the wood clad element. You can see in the updated massing that the combination of pulling the 3rd level back from the street, along with lowering the head height of the glazing, obscures the glazing of the 3rd floor from this view. Pulling the 3rd floor mass back along Aspen also successfully reduces the overall feel of the mass and scale from this angle, and the 3rd floor now feels like a subordinate addition to the building, further emphasized by the change in material from the brick below to the wood above. Next slide. Okay. Actually, could we go back one, please? The 2-bay module directly adjacent to Miramonte is constructed to the front property line at the full facade height, which is compliant with the zoning code. The three-story element helps to buffer the exposed side of the Miramonte building and is within scale of the Miramonte building. In the design guidelines, MS 21 states that a three-story element may be considered in limited cases where there are 3 rules. One, it must be in scale with nearby buildings, which it is in scale with the Miramonte. 2, it incorporates more than 1 lot, which is also in compliance for this project. And 3, the 2-story element shall be the dominant feature, which is also true in this case, as the corner massing is the main feature as part of this design. The change in scale between the 2-story and 3-story element also further emphasizes the corner massing as the prominent entrance to town. Historic materials in Telluride include wood siding, brick, and metal. We are proposing the same materials in the new construction, used at a modern scale and with modern detailing. The wood siding is applied in a slimmer profile with variation in depths of the material. The long linear brick proposed identifies itself as a modern material by this shape, in contrast to the square brick used historically. And the metal will be used in the detailing of the building in a modern way, which we will develop further during the formal application process. The next slide shows the streetscape along Colorado with the previous design on the top and the updated design on the bottom. This elevation illustrates the appropriate stepping down of elements from the tallest building at the courthouse down to the Miramonte, and then further stepping down to the corner of Aspen and Colorado, appropriately reducing the scale of buildings at the commercial entrance to the core. This elevation also shows the variation in building height and material along the entire block by emphasizing the different modules within our proposal, the 50-foot module in the 3 bays on the corner and the 25-foot module between adjacent to Miramonte. This emphasizes the historic widths traditionally to the streetscape in Telluride, and it contributes positively to the rhythm and variation already established within the existing buildings on the block. This view shows the perspective from standing across the street. As we mentioned before, from this view, by setting the 3rd floor back and reducing the head height of the glazing, you're no longer able to see that glazing from this view. You can observe in this image that the storefront modules of the Miramonte building are angled in and out between each bay to create some variation in the way the storefront holds the streetscape. Our proposed design also uses this technique to give a hierarchy to the street facade, but in a more restrained and historically informed way. The brick columns hold the property line while the storefront in between each is stepped back. This creates positive open space for the public to stop and have a conversation while also allowing for other pedestrians to comfortably walk by. We'd also like to point out that the zoning code states that the front yard setback may be increased by HARC. The 2-bay module on the east side is set back 24 inches. This further emphasizes that traditional module of the 25-foot width and 50-foot building width between these buildings. We don't feel that just a change in material will be quite enough to emphasize this. It's also, the 24 inches provides visual interest as noted in the design guidelines, and it keeps things at a human scale. So 24 inches really is not enough to break the plane of the storefront facade to make it feel like there's a front yard there or anything. It's within the human scale of experience along the streetscape. This view along the alley, you can see in the previous design on the left that the massing increased in height. We've now brought that down so that the height is consistent and does not step up at the alley. And then again, we noted before that the proposed building design is held away from the shed. And And this rendering shows the view along the alley. The alley facade is slightly offset from the Miramonte building to provide visual interest per the recommendations and the design guidelines. The building is also set back approximately 20 feet from the alley, giving a relief to the alley space. And the punch window openings are given a vertical orientation through spacing and the use of intermediate mullions. We'd also like to note that this is a civic office building and lights will be turned off in the evening, so there is no light spill to the neighbors after work hours. And then we provided this diagrammatic section to illustrate that the building is in compliance with the maximum building height. Following, we also have a site plan and plans that were included in the packet for your reference.
Then I'll discuss the shed repositioning and shed relocation. So as Kristen said, 2 sheds. FAS 80 is in its original location, and we're proposing repositioning, so it's within the property line. Currently, it is over the property line. And then the second shed, FAS 81, is not in its original location during the historic time of significance. Period of significance. So the receiving site, as discussed with the county. So we've had many discussions with the county manager and assistant manager about where this shed could go. They have a number of properties on this block with Miramonte and the courthouse. And we did review various options with them as a team. And the park location was what was discussed as being the primary location they would like to proceed with. So if there's been other discussions without us, I can't speak to those, but this is what we've been told.
Yep.
And as Kristen noted, that this park is under redevelopment and redesign, and there's been work done by the county to look at how this shed may be a part of that design. There was significant discussion and interest around it being a historic asset of town and how that could be showcased as an educational experience for residents of the town and visitors that may not understand the historic significance of the sheds, and can use this opportunity to learn more about the town and the history of the town. And so here's a rendering showing how that shed may be positioned within the park. And with that, we'll open it up to questions.
Very good. Thank you. Questions to the applicant? And again, this is a work session, so that's the beauty of it. And by the way, I commend you coming back for a second work session, and there were changes made. But I'm sure we have some suggestions, so
Yep.
we can keep this kind of informal since it is a work session. Who wants to chat?
I'm just curious, this write-up by staff is excellent. The recommendations are great. And I'm wondering how much back and forth communication that you had, because if you'd taken all these into account, we'd be in a better position with this design.
So we have had discussions with planning with Kristen over the course of the design. It's an iterative process, right? So we didn't go from where we were directly to here, right? So there was commentary and discussions along the way on how to improve. You know, we get to a point, we knew we wanted to come back to work session again. And so we had to kind of do a pencils down and like, let's get to work session. We know Kristen's comments. Let's hear from others as well.
Thank you.
Okay, others, questions?
Go ahead.
I just had a quick question. I think there was a previous proposal for a rooftop deck with a elevator shaft and all that kind of supporting structure. Is that no longer proposed? And instead, it looks like the 3rd story roof is possibly being proposed as a deck for
Outdoor space.
outdoor
Yes.
space.
Yeah,
Okay.
so there was a possible roof deck that we studied through working with town and town council. That direction was not taken. So instead, part of setting back the 3rd floor also created another opportunity for a larger occupied roof area for town staff there.
Thank you.
And county staff.
So I do recall the last work session somewhat. It was 14 or so months ago. And not the trouble, but sometimes what we run into with repeat work sessions like this is there's no record. Well, there is a verbal record. I confess I didn't go back and listen to it, but of all of our comments. That's just a statement. You've clearly responded to our Colorado Avenue statements, the setback, the adjusted building module, the facade on Aspen Street, and the view is amazing. Do you recall feedback on Aspen Street direction to simplified? Because what I see is there used to be basically 3 modules. Now there's only 2. That clearly was something done purposely.
Along Aspen, yes, and it was a part of the mass and scale. I could go back, but along Aspen, because of the way we set back the 3rd floor on that corner, it did kind of pop back up. And so that was discussed as being challenging from a massing perspective.
So it was an attempt to reduce massing on Aspen.
Yeah.
It was an attempt to reduce massing, and it was also noted that maybe there were too many elements present, within that facade.
And if you're driving the slides, if we're on the topic, that'd be great if you'd put that particular elevation up while we're speaking to it. That'd be wonderful, like in this case, the west elevation. I actually have the items 1 through 7 at our 521 hearing here that I'll work into some questions, although they've acted on probably 5 of the 7. But I'm going to throw out a question, and then, it's not really formal board deliberations tonight, so we can talk, but before we lose you and go to public comment, the first recommendation of 7 that we made was to step back the 3rd story along Colorado from the Miramont building. And I get where Kristen refers to guidelines that say, it should be flush, the Miramont building. But then there's guidelines that clearly say no more than a 50-foot module, which he also cited. And if you look at this, and this will be maybe a question from you, but then the board can deliberate on it. It creates more than a 75-foot 3-story, which is rare in the town, 1 or 2 places that I know like that without a step back. I guess trying to turn into a question is, would you see the merit, or how do you see it with stepping that back, even if it was only 5 feet, just to differentiate versus, exceeding the 75-foot here? Although I guess I could talk myself into saying, if it was more differentiated, that it didn't look like Miramont and it didn't look like this county building, maybe I could drink the Kool-Aid.
Yeah. Can I respond a little?
Yeah,
And then
yeah.
maybe Ashley and Charles can. So, again, this is not where we had a lot of design iteration internally. So we did, take that into consideration. We did studies of what if we set back that 3rd floor on that first 25-foot module. And maybe Charles can speak to this a little bit more, but it just became really kind of torturous. There was like a lot going on in that little area, and it wasn't harmonized, to your point, between the 2 buildings. It kind of became a little bit of a no man's land between the corner volume and Miramonte. Maybe Charles?
Okay.
I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. We explored setting it back at various amounts and felt that this creates enough of a reasonable notch between Miramonte and the corner 3 modules, and that we didn't want to expose the upper corner of Miramonte too much either, which it creates more presence for the Miramonte building against what would look like a 2-story link. So by covering the Miramonte building more in that corner, it seemed more appropriate, and it settled in more nicely than if we kind of artificially push the 3rd floor back, and then it makes the Miramonte building look like it grows out over the 2-story element. So we felt this was a better juxtaposition with the corner piece, and sort of left the Miramonte building alone and didn't increase its own mass. Because
Okay,
if you expose the upper corner of Miramonte, it becomes more massive also.
all right.
Make a comment. I think it makes a good transition between the Miramonte and the corner building.
Yeah.
Not, it's 25 feet wide. It's not
And-
that big.
I recall that part of the discussion as well. The concern was the Miramonte building is so top heavy and it almost seems to project out over the sidewalk.
Yeah.
And we didn't want to reinforce that. Or,
Correct.
I recall that as well.
So as we make the notes to leave behind tonight, the top 7 ideas, is everybody good with that? It looks like a 1 foot offset or something, or relief. As a separation between the 2 buildings. I guess I've talked myself into it. I think I could go with that rather than, and again, exposing more Miramonte is probably not a great thing. But I think it needs to be just a little bit more differentiated
Mhm.
yet, because then
Okay.
it looks like 3 different buildings, and I
Mhm.
think that's what we want here.
Okay.
I
That's
could go with the
that-
material adjustment,
Yeah.
yes.
That's
Yeah,
good.
I mean,
feedback.
I have a different take on it. I agree with Kristen's comments about this facade aligning with the other
Yeah.
facades. What I think the right move is what they're doing on the western side. What the Sheridan does is having a slice between the 2 very different forms. That's a void. So if you go to
Okay.
It's done across the street too.
it's been across the street, it's done in a lot of places, but especially if you go to your streetscape
This one?
image,
Is this what you're looking for? Or this one?
the streetscape
Page 18.
for Columbia.
Oh, yeah. This guy.
And if you look over at the Sheridan building, the separate slice between the 2 buildings would be a tactic you could use here. You could keep the 25-foot module next to the Miramonte building and then reduce the 50-foot module. I don't know what the right, it's 2 feet, 4 feet, 6 feet, but if you had a slice between, it would do a few things. It would reduce the overall presence of the 50-foot module. It would, be reduced by whatever slice you take, and it would help differentiate the 2 modules from each other. I do agree a bit with Mark's comment of trying to differentiate these materiality and form of these 2 new proposed buildings with the Miramonte building a bit more. But I understand what you're trying to do, but I think pushing that module back 2 feet is not the right
Yeah.
move.
And if you read the policy 15 building setbacks, place the street facade of the building at the property line is required by the zoning ordinance, can only be modified in special circumstances.
Yeah.
So it should pop out.
Can you talk into the mic?
Oh, sorry, I forget about doing that. Okay, policy 15, building setbacks, A1, placing the street facade of the building at the property line is required by the zoning ordinance and can only be modified in special circumstances. So I think it should be in line with the other buildings.
I think we acknowledged, or at least we had a discussion about this being a special circumstance.
Why?
I.e. not, well, because the Miramonte building is 75 feet continuous and we didn't want to make it 100.
No, I understand that, but you're differentiating with materials. It reads as the new building reads as 2 different buildings. I don't see a problem with that, even if they're flush.
But that's a run of
Yeah.
3-story buildings of 125 feet, which is not very common in our landscape, but well,
What do you mean by run of 3-story buildings? We only have the Miramonte and then this 25.
yeah, but that's 75 feet. Oh, and 25, that's 100. This Miramonte's 20 or 75 feet. So that's 100 feet. But I think with the slice and differentiation, I'm good. But Bob, what were you saying? I mean, we can add a slice between the buildings, just like they've done over here.
What that I missed, I'm
Yeah,
saying.
like between the buildings, to separate. That's what Matt was.
That's what I was
suggesting.
suggesting. And they also did this on the western facade. It's not quite as much.
Oh, I see what you're
I
saying.
think-
Yeah.
You could do a detailed element, just
Yeah, it would complicate the floor plan arrangements. I mean, we could certainly study it, but another approach would be to make the 3-story element of this new addition to the left of Miramonte a much darker material, so it itself sort of functions as a slice.
I don't know. I don't have a problem with the colors of it.
Okay.
Detailing, I'm
I
gonna
don't-
talk about that later, but
Yeah, and I don't want to jump to a completely different topic, so maybe I will wait. I think-
Okay.
But color is,
I think what we could say here is consider differentiating the building a little more. I didn't hear anybody disagree with that. And consider adding a slice between the building and or if there's another method such as darker coloration, creating shadow lines, whatever, maybe we could look at that.
Yeah.
yeah,
look
we,
at the plan, there are doors going
Yeah.
from this building into the Miramonte building.
we'd have to be deliberate about the policy that we cite because color is explicitly not in HARC's purview.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and
But
differentiate.
differentiate materials is.
But where are we, so I can make the clear note before we go on to something else? On, you don't like the, I don't know, it looks like it's setback and relief maybe a foot off Miramonte. And we did say that at the meeting.
I think they've said two.
It's at 2
It's
feet.
2 foot.
Oh, it's 2 feet.
Yeah, about 2 feet.
And yeah, we could make a special circumstance, but do we think it should come to the front or?
I think it should come to front. I don't
Yeah.
like this.
Okay, straw poll, yes, Stacy.
I don't mind this as a solution, and it was responsive to our feedback. So,
Okay, Sherry, 2 foot setback or no, and then Andrew?
Yeah, I kind of prefer the setback actually for the differentiation of the module, but I'm not hard over on that.
Andrew?
Yeah, I'm not hard on it either. I can go either way.
Mark, may I?
Yeah, no, we can jump in.
Yeah, James, Town of Telluride. This is a great discussion. It sounds like there's a realm where this works. If you would give us the opportunity to explore both of these options and
Yeah.
then we bring back what the team thinks is the most successful, I think that might be a way to go.
I had written it down or as an or.
Great.
But I think if it doesn't have the slice, I would say, and I'll read these at the end. If it doesn't have the slice, then I would definitely vote for the 2 foot setback. And
yeah, it's all about how you parse it out. Essentially,
Yeah.
the whole module is a
Yes.
slice
Okay.
this way.
Yeah,
Okay,
right.
all right. Other questions and or dialogue with the applicant here?
Mark, I thought it was helpful for you to read our previous feedback for us, given that it was 14 months ago.
Yeah?
Yeah,
Okay,
so that kind of was number one, right?
yeah. The other ones were the setbacks on, of Colorado. They went, at least I wrote down, I thought I measured 18 feet and they went, and I thought it should be 25 because of the policy that Kristen pointed out. It needs to look as a 2-story building from across the street. The conditions are the guidelines are very clear. And or at the worst case, appear minimally from across the street as an addition to the rear of the building. It's not what we feel. This is just the guidelines that we're supposed to go by. So to me, I think that should go 25 feet off Colorado. I know that's a little painful program or square footage wise. And I think it was 15 feet off Aspen, right?
We have 20 feet off of Colorado and 12 off of Aspen.
15 off Aspen. Thanks.
I think it's.
Yeah.
Or the 10?
Let me go back to that.
It's 10 off of that.
10 off of Aspen, 20 off of Colorado.
Yeah, it's only 10. So, to me, and this is a work session, so we're not probably gonna give you the number of inches setback, but
Sure.
we will next time.
Yeah.
But I think 10-foot setback off of Aspen should go to 15. We read the letters from some of the public here in the housing areas across the street, but plus the guidelines would speak to a further setback. So again, it looks like a reduction, and I think it should go 25 feet in the front. Now, yes, on Main Street, we've had some from 15 to 30-foot setbacks, and I can tell you the projects, or you can go see them. But it's all about, the mass and scale. This is bigger than many of these, so you have to have a further setback. If it was a smaller building, then, maybe 20 feet would be fine. But,
Well, I have a suggestion about,
go ahead.
to study that. We've had a diagram, I don't even know if it's still in the guidelines, but you have a 6-foot person standing on the sidewalk across the street. And you take a sight line from that person's eyes to the parapet in the front and see how much of that building, how much of the 3rd floor you see. And it may be a slight increase in setback to make it disappear, essentially.
Yeah.
And
Good point.
we've done that on a number of projects, and I think it helps do that.
So in your next set of drawings, if you show us that, it'll help us Right now, I'm suggesting 25 feet off Colorado, but maybe only 15 feet off Aspen. And it's not long as run on Aspen either, so anything to reduce the mass and scale. I mean, this is the first building of this historic town when you come in. I mean, we gotta get this right,
Yep.
right?
Agreed.
Tourists see.
Counterpoint, it is on the same block as the Elks Building and Miramonte.
And prior mistakes don't justify making them again. And whoever was on HARC in the 80s got a deal, as some of you remember, for a park in return for violating the guidelines. So be it. We're not doing that.
I had a thought and I just wanted to throw this out here, about extending the 10-foot or whatever it's going to be setback all the way back to the wooden portion of the building in the back. Take that all the way back. So
West,
on the west side,
did you put that west elevation up? Okay, yeah, there we go.
like that diagram. right-
So
The arts.
I will note that with the grade change, you know, at the rear of the building, we're at a 2-story.
Yeah, it's a
building.
2-story building.
Yeah. So by the time you get to that kind of last section of the property at that point, it's 2 stories.
If you took that off, what you're saying.
It would only be 1.5 stories if you took it off.
Well, I'm not saying, I'm just saying, take off that 10-foot,
In
so
order-
that whole piece sets back.
I'm not sure if I understand what.
10
you're
feet.
describing.
This is 25-foot module, right?
No.
Or-
Where's that plan? If you were to take. See the.
Yeah.
If you were to take that all the way back
Okay.
at 3 feet, the third floor.
It's set back all the way to the corner.
Yeah.
They just lose that.
Yeah, it's a significant square footage of office space.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm okay. I want to protect the corner.
Mhm.
I mean, if we got to fight about something,
Sure.
but I don't know if other board members feel the same way, but you know, we're going to take.
I'm just suggesting that.
This setback's going to cut out square footage, not that we're supposed to care, but we do about function. But
Mark,
yeah, go ahead. Andrew?
are you talking about the setback on the corner of Aspen and Colorado?
No, it's going up
Aspen.
Aspen
And the alley.
Up
into
Aspen.
the alley.
Well-
There's still a projection out that's not set back. Bob was questioning if it should also go back. Well, it's shown 10 feet, but I'm proposing 15 feet.
It doesn't, to me, it's more about opening up that corner to driving into town and you're glancing up Aspen Street. So
Mhm.
I don't feel so much that needs to continue on up North Aspen Street, but it's the question, is 10 feet enough to 12, to be 15? I think without seeing sort of more views from across the street, you know.
Well, I was going to
looking up.
suggest that too, that they do a street elevation, including the residential, you know,
Yeah.
couple of residential buildings, because
That'd be good.
on the south side of Colorado, that the black building there, the Chase building, it's continuous. It's the same plane. They've reduced the windows that we're going to talk about too. And I just think that, well, I don't think we need, I'm taking this back. I don't think we need to set it back all the way back, but I think the materials need to change
Which they do.
for that addition.
Yeah, agreed.
The siding,
Mhm.
Yeah.
it's just,
Looks like modern wood.
it needs to be something that's more in keeping with Main Street materials
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, something we'll consider.
and
Yeah,
less windows.
just to continue that discussion, for me, what that module does is because Aspen is steep, grade change,
Mhm.
it is a 2-story essentially element at that northwest corner.
Yes.
If they remove that,
I'm taking it back. I don't want to do it.
That's why it's work session. We can talk about it,
I
right?
can change my mind.
We can do, it's a work session.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring it up as an idea to see if that made any sense.
Okay,
But more I look at it, I don't think it does. I just think that it needs to tie, the two pieces of this building need to tie together better
Okay.
than this sharp contrast of the wood siding.
Okay.
Like that.
and number 4 from May 21st was this whole stone mass on the corner. on Colorado, and did they do enough to, I mean, to me, it still feels as well as Kristen said, too strong, too institutional.
This is the one place where I feel like there's been a step backwards.
Yeah.
I feel like
Yeah.
that corner previously was somewhat more delicate at the pedestrian level, and the wrap was more continuous. With that big brick column there now,
Yeah.
it's a lot more massive.
I think we would like to explore making it lighter so that when you're approaching town, that corner is more inviting rather than an obstruction.
Yeah, I think it was probably done to ground
Yeah.
the upper mass and not fall into that projection trap. But
Mhm. We could play with the shape of the corner a little bit.
Okay.
I mean, I think, Kristen, can you comment, are you suggesting a significant sort of inset here, or just a chamfered corner where you?
What I was picturing, we're talking about storefronts and really welcoming pedestrians in and thinking about them approaching that corner, really bringing that storefront feel towards the corner instead of having the columns, a big gap, and then set back. It feels very imposing. And I think you can either do it by bringing the storefronts right out to the edge of the property, right? Or if you're going to set it back, refine it down and bring a pedestrian space into that space then, but don't have columns that are blocking that space. Make it inviting if you're going to set it the way they have it, or pull it out, which would be my preference, and then have a pedestrian space adjacent to encourage people to come in and have just a recessed entryway is what that would be my preference. But I think you could go either way. I just think that the materiality right now and it blocks it and it just feels so heavy. Okay.
Okay, and then just going around the building, we had another note about the alley step down, but it is only a 2-story building back there. And the shed's right next to it. Are we, I mean, other than changing the materials, and these windows need to look more historic. I mean, they look like what you see in fence, but in penitentiaries, that clean cut with no trim. I mean, that's a standard. I used to build a lot of prisons. But anyway, I mean, I'm just saying.
So that it looks like the design has grown to the north. It's encroaching more on the shed. Can't quite tell from the views that are proposed if it's encroaching too much or if it's okay.
I think it's the same distance.
What was
Just
that?
The rendering makes it look more connected though.
Well, I was
We
looking at
did,
the,
yeah, no, we did have to
diagram.
shift back a bit. That was part of kind of remassing, related to the setbacks in the front. So we did shift some of those. We're holding 20 feet off of the kind of main mass that's over the parking. Let me go to that view. There
So
we go.
others want to comment whether they're looking, are we okay with the back of this building, the north side of the building on the alley?
Some of the overhang is edge. It's only
Yeah.
probably 3 feet between the two corners of the structure there.
Okay.
Where are you?
I'm on the back side of the building. So if you look at this Aspen, Colorado site plan,
Well,
here's the shed,
Mhm.
here's the overhang corner. Be about 3 feet away.
you think it should be more protected to the shed?
It should probably defer to the shed a little bit more.
Hmm.
And the shed's showing as being parking?
Yes, the shed would be repurposed as parking.
Okay, let's take a straw poll on that. So the encroachment, Andrew, we're talking about on the alley side, the encroachment on the corner of the alley there protrudes out, I don't know, what is it, 10 feet or 5 feet? 10 feet.
11, it says there's an 11-foot dimension.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should that defer, there is a guideline that says defer to any local or close by historic.
So page 16 is a good perspective of this.
Yeah,
I think what Matt's saying is the dimension from the western property line at 25 feet, you would like to be increased.
I just feel like this corner
Yeah.
needs to move away from the shed a bit more. It feels
Right here?
appropriate. So not, this is a confusing view, but page 16.
Or 22?
Yeah.
Right. You're talking here, right?
Yeah. That's,
Push that further.
So
East.
it's
East,
22.
even if it's a couple feet, just,
Yeah.
I mean, in the Voodoo project was a good example with that shed right next to it, right?
Yeah.
And they did. But, so that's a little sensitive area. Shed wasn't there probably, but
Mhm.
it is. And it's original. Okay, so that's 7 items. Again, we're just trying to get mass and scale right tonight. The only other thing was the discussion of the shed move. Last time, the conclusion by the applicant, or at least my notes say, that it most likely, wasn't final determined, would go behind Merrimont, because I know at that time I'd met with the fire department and that position in the county that's not there anymore, and thought that, maybe we'd get the goose back, but, that's to be determined. They own it. They can run it. And, Jared, you wanted to say something?
Do I want to say something?
I'm just leaving alone for tonight, but if you've got a comment.
Jared Biggs, I'm the deputy county manager for San Miguel County. And Bob is correct. We had a conversation after our historic commission meeting on the 21st of July. And that's just kind of an indicator. We were still absolutely looking for any opportunities. And frankly, the best opportunity we have come to continues to be the park. And so, that's why we've put that in this application. We do think that there could be activation. Is it the best place for it? I heard you loud and clear at the last meeting I was at in May that it should be on an alley. And we looked up and down the alley and up and down the alley again. And we looked to replace a transformer and move some gas lines and move some electrical. And, it continues to be a challenge and that's kind of why we wanted to bring it back up of, is there any chance? And I've kind of mocked that into the site based on the current design. And you've probably seen, we've got backhoes in that park today, right? And so that's, we've kind of tried to find a place for it to fit, and absent another receiving site, this is the best opportunity I think we've had.
And let's put it to bed then, because we've got to wrap this up, but I remember moving the gas meter and the transformer back there behind Miramonte. It was kind of a mess, but besides the cost 50,000-60,000 or whatever to remove that, is the shed not work there, or is it still too much parking?
So once we did a closer dimensional study of the existing conditions and this size of the shed, it creates a barrier for egress. So it's where the shed would go there is too close to the 2 main egress doors of Miramonte. So that it became a safety concern to put it there from everyone egressing.
Well, there's lots of people in this room that live on alleys. Maybe they could, at the next meeting, come to volunteer to put it on their alley. So,
Yeah, we're open.
Well, and again, I would say that we're looking for any opportunity possible,
okay,
but absent that opportunity, this is where we're looking.
okay. All right.
There has been a landscape drawing for that space that didn't include the shed.
Correct. And there continues to be, we're at a very odd scenario where we proceeded with construction of that park without this answer, right? And so I think that we have enough green space to fit this. I've measured it, even with the new design. And again, it's green space that everybody loves some green space, but we do have Elks Park across the way, right? We may have even looked at putting it in Elks Park. And so that, we've been looking all over the place, and this is the best of the options we think we've got, unless you guys got a neighbor who wants it in their backyard.
I've tried.
All right. So
Yes, can I ask a question about that? If you show slide 24, that shows the repositioning. There you go. Did you guys consider repositioning? If you look at the back at the alley, if you just go straight north with the shed, there's sort of a red van and another car on the diagonal, that could put the shed in that location. You would lose a couple parking spaces, but and maybe the other parking could be made to transition around that. Was that a spot that you considered, or?
Absolutely. We
And
did, and it was ultimately a loss of 3 parking spaces that we have there today. And that's, one of the balances of the site is we are already parking constrained. And so, we're putting one premium over another here. And that's why we have, again, decided on the park. And I'm not saying never, but I'm saying we came to this decision just based
Right.
on the demand.
To be continued. Andrew, anything else?
Andrew is muted right now.
Oh.
Yeah, I just wanted to make one more comment.
Go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, on the historic shed and the proposal to convert that into 2 parking spaces, would that be parking spaces that you would enter off of, what would be the
They'd
entry
be
to the?
entered off of Aspen.
Off of Aspen. So generally, instead of the nice view now of a, beautiful old historic shed, you'd see a shed with 2 cars parked.
We could still have the door there. It would have to be closed. It'd be manual operation. But
Right. I don't know if that would be like necessarily what people would do. I guess I personally don't think that that's a good use for that shed. And I think there's a likelihood that those doors would be open, and that would kind of, really diminish that.
James of the town chair, I just wanted to comment on that. There is a historic curb cut right in front of that shed. It was used at some point as parking, maybe in the period of significance. Who knows?
Park your donkey.
Hear anything else?
Uh,
Stacy, anything else, guys? Move on.
I think that the proposed site in this park is not appropriate. It needs to be on an alley somewhere. So I think they need to resolve that before we do much more.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is a work session, so they've got another 3 tries.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do just want to make, because it's following up on something I've started and then stopped. In the previous proposal, I did appreciate how there was a substantial material differentiation in the brick. Now, I will say that it seems to me you followed policy 31, building materials almost to a T. It's about new materials should be selected from those used historically, which clearly you've done here. But not necessarily in this view, but the perspective view looking from the west. What that does is it tonally makes it really, that view more difficult to distinguish the 3 red brick buildings. So I'm being careful about how I'm proposing a differentiation. Because if you follow policy 31, which they've done, it's material used traditionally. So not black brick or maroon brick or purple brick, but when the first image I saw was the comparison image, and my brain thought we've differentiated less, which to me was a step backward. Anyway, that's it. That's my only comment.
Okay.
About that.
So I think it should be a more of a contrast brick possible.
That's all I have to say about that.
Okay.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna say we happen to have 7 comments again tonight. To summarize though, 3-story building, differentiate more and or put a slice between the buildings and or continue the 2-foot setback. I think we want to see it both ways, and that will help us decide how to adjudicate that. It's a mass and scale issue. Setbacks, we're not going to specify the exact number of feet, but if you would show us the person across the street, a 6-foot tall looking up, I would suggest to you that I think it's more likely we would approve 25 feet setback off Colorado and 15 feet off Aspen, because how can we look at ourselves in the mirror if it says it's a 2-story building from across the street? And I know, subject to seeing this I'm 6 feet. I'll go look. I think it's just, it's gonna have to, I know it's square footage, but I think it's gonna have to go back a little more, but not as much on Aspen, I don't think. Anybody want to add to that? It's enough guidance.
I would like to see some more perspectives, some additional perspectives coming up Colorado from the southern sidewalk, looking at the corner as you come up. That'll help us determine setback.
Okay.
North Aspen Street, isn't it?
Got it. That'll be number 8. Number 3 is change materials on the west elevation with that wood. 4, reduce glazing in the west elevation. 5, we'll get into that more at the next meeting. Colorado Aspen corner, reshape the corner. It's too strong. 6, the north window treatment needs to look more historic. 7, the north alley protrusion towards the shed should be moved back somewhat to respect the historic shed. And number 8, more perspectives on Colorado, especially from the south sidewalk. Okay,
I just want to add one other possible one.
okay.
Articulate the Colorado main entry to be different than the storefronts. Set that further back, or just change how it's perceived, because right now it just looks like another storefront with a door.
Everybody good with that? I think that makes sense. Bob, that's a good.
It's just signage right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The sign. Okay.
There, just a note on that. So there are multiple entries off of Aspen for retail and then for the county and town offices. So just noting that you realize that, but
This is an important building.
Yeah.
Needs to be differentiated where you enter. So
Because
you know.
coming into your county and town building, so.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do we know when we're seeing you?
we don't know that yet.
Okay.
but
Is
we'll
it this
be back.
calendar year?
Yes.
Okay. Then, well, wait a minute. Public comment. We got to allow public comment.
And make sure that you state that you have reviewed public comments received
Yeah.
prior.
And we have, everybody's received the public comment, but public comment on this project, because I think there's more for the next one, but be my guest. Yes, Dave.
Okay, Dave Peterson, and kind of the same comments I had a couple months ago, whenever you guys came around last time. But at any rate, the 3-story element, that's 25 foot wide, I guess. And that's kind of got the memo about the 25 foot or 50 foot wide module on the Telluride. But this 3 bay thing on the corner, I guess that's 50 foot wide. Divide by 3 is 17 foot. That doesn't get it for Telluride. You know, Telluride's a 25 foot, 50 foot wide town. And the 3-story element that's 25 foot wide is ridiculous. Our laws say 2 stories and then go across the street, cut a section, and you can't shove back the 3rd story so you can't see it from the opposite. I mean, it's real clear. And they haven't done a thing to change it. I mean, that's ridiculous. They say they're starved for square footage up in those office spaces, and yet they set back the glass 1 or 2 feet on 1st floor and on the side going up Aspen Street. That's not very efficient use of square footage, especially the most valuable being set back. I can see 6 inches for a Victorian glass setback, leave the balustrades or the columns pronounced, but 1 or 2 feet, that's ridiculous. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Electronically, do you see any hands raised?
Yes, I do. I'll start at the top.
Okay, I'll let you call on them. And
Chris Myers, who I'm asking to unmute.
hey, Chris, welcome. And if you could, please 3 minutes or less, appreciate it very much.
I've asked him to unmute, but he's not unmuted. There he is.
Sorry, technologically challenged. I'd like to thank the planners or the architects for the changes and the incorporations made. I'd also like to thank the HARC Commission for a very constructive dialogue. I think it's headed in a better direction. I do have some kind of different, a few unique points that have not been brought up that it might be considered under the circumstances. One, I liked the comments about softening the corner at Aspen and Colorado. That's a pretty imposing column, and I think it would be great to see some alternatives to make that a more welcoming, perhaps, entrance to the building. So I do feel that it was a bit of a step backward for that massive column. Number two, I formerly served on the HARC Commission. I also have repositioned a historic shed from town that was behind the library. It is now on our property, and it's an asset. And I think the shed repositioning, I think that shed belongs on the alley. That is a moonscape back there. If you walk the alley, you'll have a beautiful shed on the corner, which will remain. But then it's a horrible backside of Miramonte all the way to the courthouse. So I believe the shed belongs in the alley. I'd like to see something, huh? Oh, being prompted here. I'd like to see it repurposed for bike storage or bike parking. There is for staff, e-bikes are becoming more popular. I was lucky enough to grow up in Europe, and when you went to a train station or a building, they had covered bike parking. And I think that would be an innovative use for that shed. And then sort of let's see, the other thing is we're in a unique position. The Miramonte building and the Elks building, Mark, you mentioned, we have mistakes from the past. I was so distracted by the front facade of the Miramonte building in the presentation tonight that because that building is owned by the county, it would be great to get some ideas from the architects on how we could improve the first, second story impression of the Miramonte, since San Miguel County is one of the applicants for this project along with the town of Telluride. So can we try to fix Miramonte? It wouldn't hurt to ask. And the shed replacement on the alley and turning it into e-bike or bike storage. And then not sure if that building that is exactly adjacent to the Miramonte, if that is the 10% that's intended to be used by the county, maybe it could blend a little bit more with the Miramonte if that is to differentiate it from town offices and county offices. Thank you very much for the time and your consideration. Much appreciation.
Thank you, Chris. All right.
Now I'm asking Jason Clapp to unmute.
Jason, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you to the applicant as well as the HARC Commission for the improvements being made on this. I am a neighbor. I've gone through this process fairly recently to complete our property on 330 West Columbia, just to the north. A few of the things that I wanted to bring up are, keep hearing square footage use inside of the building. For what we're looking at here, that's really not something that should be taken into consideration. We ran into similar issues in our project, and we had to completely redesign the entire interior based on losing, 3 feet in an egress window well on our property. So I think the focus of the exterior of the building is what needs to remain as opposed to what's happening inside. And if the applicant needs to completely redo what's going inside, then that's what they need to do. We had to add depth to our project. I'm guessing they could do the same, even though it costs more. I think a little bit more attention needs to be focused on the alleyway. I've heard multiple comments on the shed relocation. I'm in 100% agreement that it needs to stay on the alley. A shed on Colorado Avenue, even in a park owned by the town, is not appropriate and not applicable for the historic district. And I would also like to see, since this is such an integral part of the entrance to Main Street in the historic district, more perspectives on historical adjacent residential, since this is right on the border of residential and commercial, so that it's not just the focus of, coming into town, commercial only. Let's look at it going the other direction as well as up Aspen. Thank you very much for your time, and I appreciate all the work that y'all are doing.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm asking Douglas Tooley to unmute.
Douglas, welcome back.
Hey, folks, good to engage with you. So, as a government building, there is a argument to be made for it to be more imposing than the existing standards, on a relative basis. Of course, that's not an absolute finding. And it has to be viewed in context. And certainly the transition to the neighborhood is very important. It's probably too far along in the process to do anything about it, but I would suggest the facades of the Sheridan buildings and mirroring those on the other side of the courthouse, and maybe get a little bit of that square footage back somehow on that, and then step it down towards Aspen. I'll definitely agree with Chris on the need for the facade of the Miramonte, and you could gain some more square footage in that as well. That whole first floor seems massively underused. And then, the bike storage in the shed in that location or any other, that's seems like something to explore. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, there are no other hands raised.
Okay, anybody else in the room? Okay, do we want to put our public hearing process slide up, Kristen? Or I can just remind everybody, if you have it.
Don't know that I have it right here, Mark. So if you want to remind people.
Oh, okay, yeah, just for those listening and or haven't been to many meetings before.
Wait, do you need to close that item?
Did we?
We jump into the next
Well,
one?
there's no motion, so we closed it with recapping 8 suggestions. And if you want to be one and done, just comply with all those and you'll free up room in this docket for everybody else. Okay, I bet you can. Okay, so the public hearing process is simply that I'll introduce the project. Staff gives a summary. And then the applicant gives a presentation and answers our questions. Then we invite the public after that to at 3 minutes or less give their questions or comments. Again, if somebody's just in front of you just said the same thing you're going to say, just say I concur. That'd be great. We want to hear from you. And then but please remember, because I think there's some people in here that don't normally come to HARC meetings. We can only adjudicate based on the design guidelines and land use codes. You have no purview over economic issues, traffic studies. Please don't bring that up tonight. We got a lot of, I want to go to 12:30 again in the morning, like last month. So the applicant then can address the public comments and rebut, and then the public comment ends, and we will deliberate and hopefully come to a recommendation. So we'll start with the first one, which is the Shandoka Lot Redevelopment Plan. It's buildings 1 and 2. We're going to handle 3 and 4 separately, but they'll be, I think, discussed, right, Kristen, at the same time.
Yes,
But their motions will be separate.
exactly.
And it's consideration of preliminary large-scale application for new construction outside the THLD that will contain more than 5,000 square foot pursuant to Land Use Code 7023B 2A.1. Legal description is Lot L, Bachman Village, according to the Plat Book 1, page 328, and Replat 130 of 96, Book 1, page 1991 of Lots J and L. Dedication Book 483 P733, continued at 4.07 AC. Its address is at 860 Black Bear Road, Shandoka Lot. Accommodations 2 is the zone district. Owner is the town of Telluride, the applicant, design workshop, staff member Kristen Clothier.
Mark, give me 1 second because now connected from the meeting.
And again, and for staff and the applicant, we could just minimize the first 2 tries. Let's just go to what we have in front of us tonight, so we can spend quality time on that. You ready?
Okay. Sorry about the pause there. Technological challenges on my end. Okay, so here we are. Thank you very much. I'm going to walk us through the project. I'm counting on the applicants to do a much more extensive look at perspectives, the submittals, everything, background on the project, etc. I'm just going to focus, as Mark had requested earlier, on staff recommendations and just give a little bit of background to lead us into this. So here we are. The request is to construct a mixed-use neighborhood hub integrating public parking, transit-oriented infrastructure, affordable housing, neighborhood-serving commercial uses, open space, and improved pedestrian connectivity on town-owned property. The review process status and work session overview. An initial HARC work session took place on 6/18/25. A second HARC work session took place on 7/15/26. The applicant has incorporated comments received from the first HARC work session and the second HARC work session into the revised submittals. These work sessions provide an opportunity for the applicant to seek guidance from HARC prior to preparing and submitting a formal HARC application. The applicant has submitted 2 applications, one for buildings 1 and 2, and one for buildings 3 and 4 for preliminary review. This staff presentation, as Mark mentioned, addresses both applications in the context of the project overall. A site walk took place today at 3 p.m. Story poles were erected at the project site at least 72 hours prior to the public hearing and will be maintained at least 24 hours after the hearing pursuant to Land Use Code 7205K. Here is the site, and there are 4 buildings, as mentioned. I'm not going to go over this in detail during the work sessions. I covered this, the consistency with the Telluride Master Plan. So just briefly, there are a number of goals in the Telluride Master Plan that this project is consistent with: provide affordable housing options to allow local workers to live in Telluride, support sustainable land use and infill development, reduce car dependency, enhance bike and pedestrian access and transportation linkages, promote a sense of community, and contribute to a year-round economy that supports locals and visitors alike. The project, as proposed, is also consistent with the Southwest Area Conceptual Plan, or aligned with it. It was adopted by Town Council in 2021. There was a public process leading up to that Southwest Area Conceptual Plan finalization. That plan outlines a comprehensive vision for revitalizing the southwest quadrant of Telluride, including the Shandoka lot. It identifies strategies for addressing key challenges in this area of town, including underutilized public land, traffic congestion, limited neighborhood amenities, and inadequate pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure. Core components of that Southwest Area Conceptual Plan include development of new affordable housing units, creation of intercept parking facilities to alleviate downtown congestion, establishment of community spaces such as parks, playgrounds, and small commercial establishments, enhanced transit access, and fostering a livable, walkable neighborhood. Very briefly, the history of community engagement. There has been extensive planning and community engagement efforts that have informed the Shandoka Lot redevelopment project. Input has been collected from Town Council, HARC, and the community at various stages of concept evolution. The revised design incorporates feedback received thus far, inclusive of introducing a 4-building concept to break up the massing and intersperse additional green space, prioritizing the pedestrian experience, expanding the neighborhood serving and community spaces, and increasing the underground parking footprint. So the project is in evolution and has evolved significantly from its first work session. Broadly, compliance with the design guidelines. These are the overall precepts, which I stated earlier, and the accommodations, river, park, corridor overlay, and exterior and site lighting standards and guidelines apply. So the way I'm going to do this, again, to your point, Mark, of my keeping it short so that we can have a lot of public comment and lots of deliberation from HARC, is I am just going straight to the conditions. So I have provided a detailed staff memo to the HARC board, to the community. It's available to the public. It has a lot of analysis, background, design guidelines, etc. I then, at the end of that staff memo, have a proposed set of motions. Motion 1 is for buildings 1 and 2. Motion 2 is for buildings 3 and 4. Because there were 2 applications submitted, the motions have to be separate. This presentation is covering the whole project, and I combined the conditions of those motions into the slides you'll see. So they're encompassing both motions as I go through this, because I think it's easier and quicker to talk about it that way in terms of staff recommendations. So moving into recommended staff conditions. One of the conditions in your proposed motions is to further reduce the perceived mass and scale of building 1, including the 2 northernmost modules of the east facade and buildings 3 and 4 by incorporating additional variations in vertical wall planes, increasing articulation of horizontal wall planes, varying the module heights, modifying materials, and/or stepping down facades towards roads and pedestrian pathways. The visual I'm showing you here is the perceived mass and scale of building 1, including the 2 northernmost modules. So I've circled those modules. I give you a corner view as well from the approach from the north. And again, reducing that perceived mass and scale, it feels quite massive in the approach to the corner of the parking garage and the entrance there. So something to consider. I think there is room for further reducing perceived mass and scale throughout the project. So we can look at further examples later perhaps, but again, to move quickly forward, and I cite the design guidelines for each of these slides as well for reference. And they're included in the packet if you want to refer to the full design guidelines. And next recommended staff condition, break up continuous roof ridges by varying the ridge heights or offsetting the ridges so that no roof ridge extends continuously for a length greater than 60 feet per land use code unless modified by HARC, but preferably not more than 50 feet. That's per the design guidelines. So roof ridges can't be greater than 60 feet unless modified by HARC, preferably per your design guidelines, not more than 50. This is just one example. This is the longest ridge, which is 62.8. So something to consider. Again, those are the design guidelines that reference this. Next condition, reduce the overall amount of glazing, including the upper levels of the east elevation of building 1, which is shown here. Increase the verticality of openings, including the upper levels of the north elevation of building 2. That's the bottom. So top is the east elevation of building 1. Below is the north elevation of building 2. And reduce the multi-story vertical and horizontal large surfaces of glass above the ground floor storefront level. You will see that on a number of the facades. I'm not going to show you them here. I'm sure as the applicant goes through their presentation, you can be looking for that if should HARC choose to take that into consideration. Again, design guidelines. Moving on to the next staff condition, employ creative strategies on the north and south elevations of building 1 to make these facades more visually engaging and scaled to pedestrians, such as integrating more variation in materials and additional design elements to break up these facades and/or incorporating mini pocket parks, outdoor seating areas, and/or rotating public art installations on or along a portion of these expanses. So the north and south elevations have staff would suggest that they are very long, very vertical. There are portions that are inset that are really just materiality blocking the facade of the garages. So it's not as on the other 2 facades where we have affordable housing, we have a built environment. I think there is room to improve these 2 facades, one facing Black Bear Road, one facing towards that pedestrian walkway. For those who are on the site walk today, you sort of experienced that. And this perspective doesn't really give you the full perspective. I think the applicant's going to show a straight on perspective of those 2 facades, and then you can discuss that further. And I'm happy to answer questions at that time as well in terms of what might be possible ways to improve within the context of what is trying to be accomplished here. Again, many community benefits. Those will come into play during the PUD discussion at the P&Z level, but noting affordable housing, parking, et cetera, a number of community benefits, childcare, fitness, neighborhood serving commercial uses. There's a lot here that is of that positive aspect of the PUD request they'll be asking for. But at the same time, working within that context, I think this in particular, those two facades there's room for improvement. I guess they're concerning is what I was going to say.
taking this up in September?
I don't know the date yet
Oh,
of
okay.
when that will take
Just
place.
for the public's notice.
But pay attention to the public, to our website and where the agendas and minutes are posted. The agendas are posted there, and you can look at the P&Z agendas for the PUD public hearings as well as they move forward. So next, recommended staff condition. Incorporate roof eaves to break up forms, add visual interest, and lower the perceived height of the structures. As you saw, I'm sure, there are no roof eaves on any of the buildings, or at least not that I could identify. And so this is not typical, not consistent with the rest of the community, and whether that's something HARC might consider potentially. Otherwise, I would suggest that the applicant consider adding eaves. And again, this is just one perspective on that, but you can kind of see how it's broken off. It actually makes it then, but by not having eaves, those facades are not broken up. There's just a stop, and it actually feels more massive the way it's presented here versus that change. Moving on. Intersperse a few small landscaped islands within the rooftop parking area to further break up the massing when viewed from the gondola in the areas not covered by solar panels or green space. So this is the angle I'm talking about. The applicant has done an excellent job of stepping down the roof of the parking garage towards the river and providing a significant green space. That was the result of your feedback, P&Z feedback, and then that space will be activated in some way down the line. But the rest of the expanse is solar panels, parking, and really giving some variation, some breakup, and it could be used as stormwater management, et cetera. But how do we break up the rest of the mass, at least slightly, with some landscape islands would be a recommendation there. And here, actually, you can see that south facade that I was referring to a little bit better. And again, the applicant will give us a head-on view of that as they move through their view, but that was my previous comment. Here, further step down the north facade of Building 2 towards the river trail. So staff, I asked the applicant for a number of supplemental materials throughout after receiving they submitted a complete and compliant application. So everything that was required was submitted as necessary to move this forward, but staff can request additional materials, supplemental materials, to help this conversation, to help these discussions before we come into public hearing. And so in this instance, they had provided this view with the landscaping in place. They intend to retain the berm and retain the trees that are along that berm, which are along the river trail. That said, I felt I needed to be able to see, and thought you might wish to see, without that landscaping. So this is that view of the north facade. And again, staff feels like there is an opportunity to further step down towards the river, further step back away from the river, and really minimize that mass and scale further. They have done a lot already from the last time you saw the project, but there are opportunities here, and you can see there are a number of 2-story and some 3-story facades still incorporated. So there's that, and those supplemental materials, anything that staff requested, submitted after the complete and compliant application included in the packet, those are posted in our document center as well and available to the public for further review. So just to put that out there. Then provide a lighting plan that demonstrates compliance with ES1, ES2, and ES4. All applicants are requested to provide that. We will need to see that and review that to make sure that lighting is compliant as we move through this process. I also now I'm going to pause for a moment. The staff, I spent a lot of time out on the project site prior to our site walk today, walking through the story poles. and getting a fuller sense. And that I wrote this memo prior to having that opportunity to see the story poles in place and to experience the project with that perspective, which is tremendously helpful. So I just want to point out a couple of other points I would have made in the memo had I seen the story polls prior to writing the memo, because we post things so that there's time for people to review. One aspect of that is between building 3. So there's an existing, there's one property, this project's property adjacent is Creekside. Between building 3 and Creekside, building 3 to the west is very close to the property line. I'm going to focus on the property line, and I'm going to focus not so much on adjacent built structures, but on the property line and the movement of pedestrians through this site. So as you come over the bridge and you come onto the river trail from the northerly direction, there's a pedestrian bridge, then the river trail, and flow of those who reside in the existing housing, both affordable and private housing, flow of pedestrians, and I spent a while watching this to really see it as well, is through where the building 3 currently lays out, and then onto the trail, and then onto, then there's that pedestrian bridge, and people access the trail that way. And that flow is really important to maintain. So I would recommend that a condition also be to shift building 3 towards the east. I think there needs to be some conversation, because what you don't want to do is impact the green space between building 4, 3, 1, and 2 in any significant way, but you do want to open up that space and allow that pedestrian flow would be a staff recommendation. Another, staff as I was looking at this, the point I made about the north and south facade of building 1 was further heightened as a comment by the story polls and being out there. What my concerns were in drafting the staff memo for you were further supported by what I was seeing, and what we need to do as you look at what those plans look like and what that site looks like to really modulate, really improve those facades. And again, creative solutions could include even things like those pocket seating areas and art and things that can really activate that space, but then also additional modulation, additional
So the
variation.
public doesn't have your memo. Basically,
Yes.
it reinforced and enhanced your concerns once you saw the story polls about mass and scale.
For the north and south facade, I can go back to
Yeah,
the condition that
okay, you don't need
if
to.
you want me,
I
well,
got to know the bit and.
just so I can make
Thank you.
sure. For sure.
Right.
Anyways, I'm going backwards
What
and
was the third?
confusing everyone. So I think, and the last thing, and this actually, I'm going to stop sharing just because I'm spinning everyone around. Apologies. That was me going backwards through my presentation, not sharing anything new. My other concern was the landscaping piece on the east facade of building 1. And on the initial landscaping plan, they submitted 2 applications. So one of the things I asked for that's in that supplemental material set was a full landscaping plan, so I could just visualize the whole property, not half and half. But the number of trees being taken out along the east side of building 1 and not getting replaced is a concern. I believe in further discussion with the applicant that they do plan to replant in that area, and they confirmed with me verbally that they plan to replant on both if you're on Mahoney Drive, on the west side of Mahoney Drive, which is the part I was concerned about seeing trees removed and nothing replanted. So to provide a visual buffer against the building. They also are suggesting, because the property, as you see, goes all the way to the other side of Mahoney, to plant on the east side of Mahoney Drive. So west side against the building. They will be picturing landscaping as well as the east side. And I would like the applicant to speak further to what they're envisioning for that landscaping. I think it's really important to have a visual buffer on the Mahoney Drive side of that building. Yes.
Here, and you're talking up here.
I'm
before?
talking adjacent to building 1.
Yeah.
And you're on Mahoney Drive, on both the west side of Mahoney Drive, where trees are being removed and shown on the landscaping plan for removal, replanting, vegetative buffer, and then they're talking about planting on the other side of Mahoney Drive. The property goes across the street. So move your finger east, yes, along
Oh,
there.
on this side.
Yes.
Oh.
Okay. So those were the three items that stood out in particular as I was out on my site walk subsequent to my staff memo.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Okay, questions?
I have a question.
Of course.
So this project, the applicant is requesting certain variances, for example, site coverage in excess of 30%. They're requesting 39% about above grade, 55% below grade site coverage. For ridge heights, they're requesting a variance from highest ridge of 45 to a 50-foot highest ridge. And so my question is sort of regarding the interplay between HARC and planning and zoning. It's sort of a chicken and egg problem. We're tasked with evaluating things such as mass and scale, but there hasn't been the approval yet for these height variations and whatnot. So how are we to address those, or should we address those as if those variances have not yet been granted?
Well,
Respond to that, but if you would like to speak first, Mark, I
well,
defer to you. And
the
then
chicken and the egg is the right thing, and it'd be great for coherence with the public if the results of the HARC meeting, since we're going first regarding mass and scale issues, was shared somehow with the P&Z board members, in my opinion. But all that said, remember, just because P&Z adjudicates, let's say, a height variance or site coverage, about 6 years ago, we wrote up an amendment that HARC will determine, let's say if it's 40 feet, how much of that building will be at 40 feet. Is this an elevator run and a stairway, or is it the whole ridge? Just because they give them that exemption does not mean that whole building will be 40 feet. So I think we have to do what we think is right regarding the design guidelines. And then hopefully, if they have interest, they may see what we did, but they have to make up their minds then. And of course, there's public benefit. There's no argument. But, how much is too much?
that was an excellent response, Mark. Thank you so much. And the only thing I would say, just this is for the public's benefit, is so that the public is aware, those two processes are concurrent as applications come in. So P&Z, our Planning and Zoning Commission, reviews planned unit development applications. So applications for that will be reviewed by that body. This body, HARC, is focused on the design guidelines. And Mark, you did an excellent job of describing that interplay between the two boards. And thank you for asking that question so the public could hear the response as well.
Yeah, and maybe just one more comment, because we did get an overwhelming amount of public comment, understandably.
Yes.
And I think many of the members of the public understand, that HARC, we're basically constricted by reviewing projects associated with the design guidelines and whatnot. And that P&Z also has its own purview. But there was lots of other comments on various issues, and I would just offer up that to have those heard. And I know town council, from what I've heard, likes to hear public comment earlier rather than later in projects. They do have a couple of meetings coming up, September 1st and 22nd, so the public can, during the non-agenda items discussion, make public comments relating to this project.
And especially about things that are not our purview, because we have to stick to the design guide. So other questions for Kristen, or do we want to hear from the applicant? Andrew, are you back?
He is currently muted, so let me see if he's ready to unmute again.
Unless there's other questions, let's hear from the applicant. And again, thank you for not going backwards too far and too deep, because we've all studied it and we're ready to hear what you have to say about this design.
Thank you, Mark. All right. Well, I just wanted to say thank you. We're excited to be back and share some building updates with you from our work session last month, actually. And thank you for joining us on the site walk today, and for the public that was able to come to the meeting and following. We're looking forward to sharing more about the project. So as Kristen noted, we have two applications in front of you tonight. This is primarily related to the phasing of the project. with buildings 1 and 2 on the eastern portion of the site, likely moving ahead before on the western edge of site. So I'll take a moment here on the site plan to share with you some of the project updates, as well as emphasize some of the exciting things that we think this project brings to the communities. As you've noted, there's significant public benefit when it comes to increasing parking, thinking about circulation and pedestrian connectivity, bringing affordable housing to the community, as well as kind of thinking through some of the green space and really providing some neighborhood serving amenities and the southwest area of town. So building 1, you can see that we have really incorporated feedback from all of you, from staff, from P&Z, and introduced a green roof onto building 1 that will help address some of the mass and scale. And Charlie's going to show you quite a bit more on how that works in subsequent parts of the presentation. Building 2, we've looked at some different ways of really reducing mass by the river and making that relationship feel like it really responds to this important community asset. Building 2, as you will learn, also incorporates some neighborhood serving commercial on the Mahoney Drive side. And then moving in towards the site, you can see the green space. And I think, you know, when we were standing out on site, starting to visualize that, you know, significant space between the buildings as this great pedestrian or community amenity, incorporating different play elements, areas for respite, lawn areas for sitting, incorporating some of that connection to nature that really makes Telluride such a special place to be. And then building 4, you can see we will have some fitness and childcare facilities, and that does incorporate that play feature to the eastern edge of the site. And we'll talk more about building 3 later, but I think we agree with Kristen that, you know, the story polls are such a great opportunity to really explore and see these things as they lay out on the site. And I think there's a lot of learning that our team is doing, and that building 3 is definitely an opportunity to explore how that can better enhance connectivity and what some of the, you know, how can that continue to support the space. So I'm going to quickly recap what we heard from you all at our work session. And then Charlie and myself, as we go through the presentation, will try to highlight specifically how some of these changes have been addressed. So the first being step down the building to the river trail. And so we have stepped that down. It sounds like from Kristen's comments that that's something we can continue to explore more, and we would certainly welcome your feedback on that. Break up and pass through on building 2. You'll see on the floor plan that there's no ground floor circulation incorporated into those pass-throughs as open air elements. Pushing the building down to 2 stories of underground parking. So the structure itself has been dropped down approximately 2.5 levels. And Charlie has some sections and elevations that will demonstrate this more as we get into the presentation. Dropping the corners of building 1 to 1 or 2 story elements, and providing a break in the vertical planes, especially along Black Bear. And when we were out on the sidewalk, this was something I thought really did support. So we appreciate that feedback. And I think it definitely really helped the buildings, especially along Mahoney Drive. Set back the 2nd and 3rd floor levels proportionally. And so this was, I think the green roof comment was a significant motion towards pulling some of these levels back and incorporating more vertical articulation. And then adding more roof decks and balconies along the wall planes. And so we have definitely added some roof decks and balconies, and the elevations that you'll see in your packet do show where those are. But once again, would look for your continued feedback, as this is definitely an opportunity for refinement. So you can see here from the air, we took a photo from the aerial view from the gondola as you're coming down. This was last fall. And you can see, you know, quite a bit of parking. This has been something noted from all of you. And then we've brought in our model to show just how much more green space, and especially with the green roof element, it's really helping to soften the perceived view of cars to something that really starts to fit in more into the local context. So we're going to start with buildings 1 and 2. And we'll start by looking at the site plan specific to building 1 and 2. So for those of you out on site today, we stood at the corner of Mahoney Drive, and that's where we started our site walk. You can see the entrance and the drop off with the kayak access to the river right as you come into the site. We do have that neighborhood serving commercial use on the eastern corner there that might provide some opportunity for high visibility and some potential, to support the neighborhood with some services in that way. The 2 arrows that you see as you start to go down Mahoney Drive indicate that the vehicular access to the building, to the parking structure. And it's really important. It was really important from the onset of this project to move vehicles into the structure as quickly as possible on the site so that we're minimizing vehicular traffic on both Mahoney Drive and Black Bear Drive, so that, those vehicles kind of immediately enter, park, and then they can utilize transit, which as you go down Mahoney Drive, you can see that bus pull off. The transit center is there. That transit center would offer some restrooms and some kind of a warm place to wait for the bus. And then the food bank has been moved to this location as well. And so this would provide for truck drop off in this location. As you come down towards Black Bear Drive, we've really wanted to make this a positive pedestrian experience. And for many of you on site, on the site walk today, we talked through the pedestrian connectivity. There would be a sidewalk on both the north and south side of Black Bear. Black Bear would incorporate street trees and landscaping and have some bike barns so that the amenities on the south side of the street are really greatly improved from what exists today. And then the last piece I'll emphasize here is that pedestrian corridor between building 1 and building 2. And as the design has evolved, building 2 kind of became separated from building 1. Initially, it was wrapped there. And by pulling it off, we're able to create this pedestrian connectivity across the site from the east to the west. And I think that's been a really great evolution of the design and is a really cool opportunity to allow people to move from east to west across the site while also respecting the river trail and letting that be the peaceful and passive place that it is today. So I'll pass it over to Charlie. He'll talk through some more of the architectural elements.
Yeah, so without harping on past presentation, we thought it'd be useful just to quickly flash where we were last time when we're talking about HARC's feedback from our work session and how we've incorporated it. So as you'll recall, really just a shell model and general massing study of how the program laid out with some ideas of how roofs may vary. So just flashing that on the screen before we move to where we're at today. So we're going to talk about building 1 kind of isolated, and then we can pause after that or talk about building 2 before there's comments on building 1 and 2. And then with buildings 3 and 4, the ideas that we would talk about those together. There's just enough changes in buildings 1 and 2 that we wanted to kind of focus on each, but we're flexible there if the committee wants to take a different approach or pause at any time. So for building 1, we'll focus on the major changes in the comments prior were stepping down the corners, as well as could we do something with parking to reduce that mass and scale, especially in the upper levels. So what I'll do is try to walk you through what we did with the parking so that we could step it down on that northern side and create that green space, and then some of the other impacts of those parking shifts. We moved two of the three aisles of the uppermost level from the parking garage to lower grade. So prior, we're at basement level 2, and we're bringing two of those ramps from the top level down to a 2.5 below grade. There's still things we're going to have to work through with P&Z and studies we're having to do there with effects to groundwater to know the feasibility of that. But we're trying to drop that parking additionally within the footprint of the vertical garage structure. Did you have a question?
Two questions while we're on this juncture, and then we won't have to come back. You know, on the handout on page 2, there's somewhat, and I had asked earlier today for a section cut with elevations here. Do you have something as you're now talking about this underground, other than page 2 to show us? That's more.
Yep, that'll.
It's coming up? Okay.
In a couple slides.
And,
Yep.
but because I was confused, because then on page 3 of that same memo, it says, well, by going another floor underground, we've lowered the building 5 foot 8 inches additional depth. And that can't be, because it had to go 11 or 12 feet down for each level.
So the garage ramps, it's not a flat floor and then a ramp, both of the sides of the garage ramp. So prior, the ramp got us down to basement level 2. Now the additional sunken below grade is down to 2.5. So we were down one side of the ramp. Now we're going down the other side.
Okay, and so we'll wait for that section view, but it sounds like there's 2 full levels below grade.
Yeah, and when we talked to you last, we went down to level 2.
Right,
but that
we
was
asked for another one.
1/3.
Okay.
One of the 3 sections of the garage.
Okay, and I should know this, but the underground parking goes underneath buildings 3 and 4 also, and the park, right? I mean, it's everywhere underground, 2 stories. So you've really maxed out the underground.
So the underground below buildings 2, 3, and 4 is only 1 level. We have real concerns over displacing that much groundwater. So that's why the further below grade is just within the vertical garage structure, building 1.
And while we're on this, the green roof level, it's level 4. That's 33 feet, 8 inches above grade. And the other side, level 5 is 44 feet, 10 inches. But still, what was it
Yeah,
before?
so-
Is that still?
So this is one of the areas I think we'd like feedback is what we preferenced was leaving that center section of the garage up at 5 levels so that we could create the green space on level 4. And that was stepping it down to that pedestrian way in building 2 to get more access to light and able to have a softer, functional, not seeing cars green space on level 4. So that could be a different.
I was just gonna say, I think my recollection from the meeting was that going down more floors underground would help reduce the whole height of the building. And it's not, it's only reducing it part of the.
So it all depends on, and these are obviously my opinions, perception of height. We've also flipped. Thank you. We've flipped the ramping too, so that on Black Bear, the apparent height on Black Bear is now a level lower than it was before. The apparent height on the pedestrian way is a full level and a half or a full level lower than it was before. And then the thing you really can't see from the street looking up is what we left in the middle. Now, and that's kind of the question to pose to you. We could get rid of that central portion on level 5, but not have a green space. And so,
Yeah.
We're not saying it's the only solution. We're just presenting a solution for.
Okay, and we may have some other ideas about that, but I want to be clear, and I commend you for going 2 stories underground under building 1, but there's probably 150 car spaces underneath 2, 3, 4 and the park. So if it was good enough hydraulic pressure wise, hydrostatic pressure wise, under 1, what's the roadblock to do it under 2, 3, and 4? Because that solves the height.
Yeah.
I mean, this whole building goes down another story.
So one of the things being done as part of the PUD process is that groundwater study, and that's not only the structural side, but also the displacement of flows there. So that is something we are working on and will show up in the next PUD.
Will you know that answer before you come back to us in
Uh,
October?
With our current.
The displacement
we should.
calculations?
I'm not gonna promise that, but we should.
Because that would be huge, because
Mhm.
I don't think you should come back until you know the answer, because it affects the height. I mean, it's everything. I mean, if you knew the answer now, I think the tension in the room would be somewhat relieved over the heights of another story down. But, okay, well, that's just a comment. Thank you. And continue around the building. I didn't mean to, but at least we've resolved the parking where we are now.
So this is included in the application package as well. For everybody in the room and online, apologize that this is small text, so I'm gonna kind of talk everybody through it. This is a height comparison to adjacent properties immediately surrounding our site. So let's start with.
Could you zoom in? Or is it just
Unfortunately,
me?
Point doesn't really let you do that well.
Yeah, I know how to do that. Even an old timer.
Yeah, so our highest points are where we have elevators. Elevators are not serving all levels of the garage. We will have to be seeking variances for accessibility on the top level of the garage. So we are actively trying to mitigate those points of height. That said, Double Diamond's highest ridge is 8769. This is not our measured height. This is our highest point on our elevator tower is 8775. So that's about six feet.
Could you just give us the relative height from ground level? Not all of us have calculators to.
Okay. What I can do is say our elevator is 6 feet taller than Double Diamond.
Okay.
The majority of our ridge lines on the east facade are 3 inches, 0.3 feet. And that's not even the entirety of that elevation. Versus at a place, we are generally, the entire building is shorter than that, even our worst points. Our worst points even by 3 feet there. We've dropped down that south east corner of building 1 to be 18 feet shorter than at a place. Along the Black Bear run, we are really at equivalent heights to those Shandoka buildings at our worst points. So we have a stair tower that is at the same as the ridge height of those Shandoka buildings. Our elevator tower on the southwest corner is 4 feet shorter than the adjacent Shandoka building C. Our building 4 highest ridge is 2 feet shorter than Shandoka building F. Our building 3 worst ridge height is 2 feet shorter than Creekside. And then all of building 2 is shorter than anything across the river there. And then looking at Cimarron.
Excuse me, I want to get this right. Did you say building 4 was 3 feet shorter than the adjacent building? I looked on the sidewalk today, it looked the same. Huh?
You're right, 2.5, about 2.5.
Okay, thank you.
And then the west kind of gable of Cimarron. We know that Cimarron steps up as it goes to the east, but the west gable is 2 feet shorter than the tallest point of our building 2. So just to give you an idea there, but as Cimarron transitions to the east, it steps up, and we're in a lot of these worst case heights are not right on our street frontage, especially on Mahoney. We have the setback bus shuttle drop off, and then those higher points are anywhere from 20 to 30 feet further back from the face of the building. Let's go to the next one. So not going to spend a lot of time on the floor plans, other than to show the one on the right is really just showing how those additional parking spaces come down. Basement level 2.5. And so that's the top two bays, and then it wraps a little bit where it can there. So really trying to displace as much parking within that footprint as we can to give ourselves some optionality about it. There really have not been any substantive changes with these floor plans other than the food bank moving from building 4 to building 1 in that southeast corner. And that was after conversations with the food bank, their programming, and how that would work best for them. Next one. And then, so wanted to highlight level 4. That is where we have taken out a bay of parking and created that potential green space. And then moving up to the roof plans, level 5. As I mentioned earlier, we still have that one central parking bay coming up to level 5. We also, on the south portion of the garage, we're showing the potential solar stepping back from that face. So as you're standing on the street looking up, that solar is set back, so it's not in that view plane and contributing to that perceived height on that face.
So is level 5 about 12 feet above level 4, the green space?
Sorry, say that again.
When we look at the site plan and we see the green space on about a third of the parking, level 4, and then level 5 goes up another roughly 12, 15 feet?
11
another
feet, 10 and
11 too?
Yeah, 11.2. Yeah, whatever our typical
Okay,
floor
thanks,
floor
Lauren.
is.
Looking at that's what that says, yeah.
And I do have that section coming up that goes through level 5. So really from last time, we did not have any kind of articulation, fenestration, materiality. Some of the things that really haven't changed are trying to break up that ridge line as it extends up from the street to the garage. For a larger building, trying to break it up into sections without adding too much complexity and busyness. And then trying to differentiate our ground floor levels that are those kind of community serving aspects with more glazing and canopies that support that. And then on the east side, other than the southwest corner, that is all residential programming. So why don't we flip to the perspectives? So I think probably better seen in perspective than 2D. Wanted to highlight how some of those taller elements are stepped back from the street as they go back and meet the garage, the parking structure. And then I will cover it in some later slides, some of the ideas on what materials we may use that support some of the ventilation and screening and articulation of the garage structure itself. This is a view from that where Blackberry and Mahoney meet, so southeast corner, and stepping that corner down. And then these are the north and south elevations that Kristen mentioned in her memo that do not have the residential program wrapping them. And so there's not that natural element to screen them. So we do have some bike parking and trash and some of those supporting elements that provide some natural programming to bump out from the garage facade. But other than that, it's stairwells and elevator towers and trying to create other ways to make meaningful push.
Are those fake facades all stair towers that protrude out, and how far do they protrude out from the building?
So
Windows?
they vary. They're anywhere from, 4 to 8 feet.
Okay.
Not all of them are just stair towers. We do need to preserve some space for like ventilation and other building systems. But yes, a lot of them are false facades except for the south elevation on the right. That is actually part of the residential programming there.
So on the north elevation, the dark element with all the windows in it, you've got, it's like
The one in
you've
the
got the
middle.
gable roof piece, the garage wall, and then that piece in the middle that
Yep.
steps up with the windows. What is that?
It is really just trying to create an element to break up that facade. So we do have bike parking on the ground level, but up above, it's just an architectural design element.
Just
And-
empty space?
Mhm.
Okay.
So this is looking down east on Black Bear. Let's keep going. The materiality we're fairly early on in that, but wanted to highlight, and this is in the packet, so I don't want to spend too much time on this unless it's important to you. But in particular, the upper floors of the garage, we're anything not below grade. The goal is to do that with natural ventilation. And so there's a certain porosity or net free area needed on that. And so on the right side of the page, the idea is that whether it's faux openings or perforated panels, somehow bringing that language into the facade that wraps the garage so that it is providing visual interest, but also that functional purpose of ventilation.
It's not a screen.
It's essentially a screen. It could be any number of things. And so at this point, this is a suggestion. There's a lot of engineering and work to be done to say what that ultimately becomes. So here's that section. So this is cut through your kind of right in the middle. So this is going east-west, cut in the middle of the structure. So this is not cutting through the green space, which is the northernmost of the 3 bays. This is cutting through the middle of the structure where we do have that 5th level.
And the ground level is by that front entry door on the right, right?
Yes.
So it shows 2 complete stories below. I don't know how I had it in my head. There was 2.5, but it's 2 underground below building 1.
Just they're sloping.
Yeah, and so by
That's
the
the-
time you get to the west side, it is
Okay.
2.5.
2.5 down there.
And where would the green level?
So you can
be?
kind of see if you follow level 4, you see how that straight line, that is the green space kind of, if you're looking beyond where this section is
And
cut.
that's the 33 feet, 8 inches above grade.
Yep.
Okay. This helps.
And we do have that available for you. It was a last minute ad, but
We're doing that today. I didn't think of it until about 11 o'clock. Thanks. And go ahead on the way through, guys, if you have, the board has questions kind of on the way around while we're on that slide, please go ahead and ask if you like, or you can wait.
Are we going to have a separate board question section or?
Oh, yeah.
Should we just
Oh,
interrupt?
no, well, if it seems relevant to interject before you lose the thought, I'd do it. But we haven't started questions really, but.
Yeah. And we're just about through building 1. So we'll pause in just a couple slides.
Sherry, why don't you start?
Oh, it's not through yet.
Oh, I thought you just said that's it for
Just
building 1.
I say we're just about through. So
Words through.
I don't know that there's
Okay.
any new information other than showing where we were versus where we are
Yeah,
now. But we've spoken through all the kind of changes we've tried to apply. So
Okay, you're through now. Okay.
Yep.
Thumbs up. All right, Sherry.
Right. One question I have is with regard to the elevator shafts, which are pretty much the highest points of the building. Is it possible, or is there a reason that it's located so far, like in the perimeter of the building? Or could those be alternatively located more centrally to, so they weren't quite as visible?
Yeah, I mean, there's always a solution to move them more centrally. I would say we're trying to, like for egress, you need it to get it to building corners, and then you have to provide safe pathways out. And so that's why the perimeter makes the most sense. It's not that there's not a way around that. And we're also trying to get people out of the building aligned to where those pedestrian crossings are. And so that was a factor of where, in particular at this northeast corner, why it's located there. There's also some phasing concerns in how we might serve both phases, how elevators might serve the residents that live either in the surrounding Chinidoka buildings that'll use lower upper levels of the garage and then get to their units. So there's a lot of considerations, but I don't want to say that it has to be on the perimeter.
Okay. Another question regarding building 1, and I think it's on slide 28 of the.
We're on slide.
Could you describe?
Yeah, it is the, let's building 1 ground floor, floor plan exhibit H.
Floor plan?
Yeah. And this isn't a
Ground
major
floor.
mass and scale concern, but just relating to the bicycle storage areas, they look like they're very thin sort of strips on the north and south facades. Can you explain a little bit more of the intention of what those would look like, or how functional they'd be?
Yeah, I think the intent is that they're covered now. The exact are they vertical bike mounting, ground mounted, that has not been worked out. We also have distributed other bike parking throughout the site. So the hope is that along the perimeters of building 1, this might better serve commuters. So that's really the intent there. There's certainly more opportunity for bike parking throughout the site too. Some of that got displaced with the food bank's request to be located in this building. Originally, we had some bike parking at that south east corner where the food bank is up against that stair elevator.
While you're on this drawing, can I jump in?
Sure.
At the corners, particularly what would it be, the southwest corner where the stair is, has those module wrapped around that. Is that bike storage too, or what is that?
Some of that is going to be needed for like janitorial, fire risers. We're going to have ventilation needs coming up from the below grade.
Okay.
So it's trying to look at building articulation while still giving ourselves some ability to add those systems in at a later date. So we've done preliminary looks at that. The engineering's not complete, so
And those would go all the way up too?
not necessarily. Some of the ventilation has requirements to get a certain number of feet above adjacent sidewalks. So there is opportunity to modulate that as it goes up.
So building
then-
1 questions.
Mhm.
Andrew, anything?
He's not with us at the moment.
Yeah.
He was driving somewhere.
He's there now. But, yeah.
No, that's Douglas Tooley. I'm gonna lower his hand.
Oh, I know I have one. It's 54. It shows the green roof. It's the whole site perspective looking southwest. What are those little appendages in the soccer field on the roof?
There's the use for the roof is not fully contemplated.
It could be storage or
Could be
something.
storage, it could be a pavilion. Some of those are stairs that are required for egress from that
Okay.
upper level part.
And so depending on this underground parking, if it were to sprawl out further, these on this page, good. The path with the collectors could go down one complete story, it appears. But I tried to walk in your shoes thinking about, you know, the green space and then you're losing parking, but how much green and solar, but my question is, the solar, I mean, you can buy, if you want to have a good citizen environmental move, you can buy, you know, solar on the grid and contribute like the school did, but is it really more so just to hide the cars? I mean, it's a lot of money and that's your business, but
It can be both.
okay, well, then another thing to consider is, or did you consider and or would you, we'll see how the rest of the board feels about it. And Bob, you kind of had an idea about like, rather than, you know, a whole green field, maybe, and even on the other side, islands of green space and trees amongst the cars, you know, just like you're in a normal parking lot versus, you know, I don't know how the other board members feel about this soccer field, but did you consider that islands of trees and green?
Yeah, I think we wanted to show, at least to start, what all that space
Okay.
consolidated looks like, but that's definitely an opportunity.
Okay. Questions? Anything on?
Yeah, I don't know, but along those lines, I was thinking it might be, and you're still developing the programming on that, but, you know, something that's more useful or appealing to the residents, maybe things that could enable, them to have, parties up there with tables or observation or, being able to see down toward Ajax Peak and, watch the fireworks and those kind of things. I think that could be appealing uses for that upper green space.
I agree, and we wanted to make sure that it was accessible to universally accessible, so that's why it landed on the fourth level. To open up the possibilities there.
Other questions? What I was thinking, I'll ask these are three appendages on the ground level of building 2 along the river trail, almost like separate buildings. Obviously, it's to get some square footage, but
Step it down.
how, well, and it does step it down, but we may ask you to consider it to look more homogeneous with the structure. I don't know.
I was thinking the same thing, that it would be better if they were more integrated into the building than stuck on.
Okay.
But I think an example of what Kristen said in her conditions is if you look here and you look at this, where you first come in on this northeast corner, and it's 3 stories broken up by a canopy, but versus the southeast corner, which appears to be, it's 2 stories. I think the board's gonna ask, and Kristen suggested that maybe this entry come down and be softened also like you did on the opposite corner, but we'll wait for board discussion. But if there's no other questions,
We need to.
then we can hear from the public. So,
And did we want to get through building 2?
3 and 4 at the same time?
Well, in terms of public comment, I don't.
Well,
This is
we're gonna
really
do
your
one
call.
public it's
didn't do-
okay to
you
do one
didn't-
public comment session, right? Because we're grouping these
You didn't really talk through
3 and 4.
no building 2.
That part of this
You
item.
spent most of the time on one.
Well, I guess I was going through building 2
Yeah.
while he was talking about. Oh, but
If you want
go
to
ahead,
add
go
something.
through.
Yeah,
building-
well, I think 1 definitely takes the most time to
Yeah.
explain what's been
Go
changed.
quick run through
Yeah.
building 2. I mean, we can see it. We got it right here.
Okay. Do you want us to pause after building 2 or? just
Yeah, I
keep
think
rolling
let's
through 3
just,
and 4?
well, then we want to take public comment though. I think we better get all the way around to 3 and 4.
Okay.
I mean, those will be easier.
We'll do that, and please jump in
All right.
if you do want to pause. Okay. Okay, so floor plan wise, the ground floor food and beverage has been there in previous applications. What we did was when the food bank moved, move the potential fitness space that was next to the food and beverage over to building 4. So you'll see that when we get there. Let's keep rolling. Oh, yeah, and I think this will show up a little more clearly on some of the elevations and 3D views, but the board's request was to break up the massing of those stair towers, stair corridors. So the stair elements up to the 3rd floor are completely separate of those pass-throughs so that we can further bring down kind of the roof and open space between the sections of the building. And then we've preserved some kind of shielded space that we think will be helpful for elements like meters and other equipment, HVAC, you name it.
So real quickly, go back to that one again, please. Like between the what do you call it, the bar restaurant area, that stairway, you would walk underneath it,
So that stairway.
the horizontal stairway?
Yeah, so we would leave that access from the other side for utilities.
You can walk through them.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so those stairs would get you up to basically a platform, and that platform wouldn't go up again to a 3rd level. It branches off to the
Yeah,
sides.
But you come underneath it.
Mhm.
So you can come underneath from the south to the north side.
That is not fully worked out where we want to provide access. What we do know is that we want to leave the river trail and not encourage people to access the public, especially to access that space between building 2, the berm and the river trail. So we're trying to play that fine line of, we know we need space to hide things. We know we want to create separation with the volumes of this building. How do we kind of do both? And so we absolutely can provide access, and I'm not sure we want to, but would love your feedback on it.
That's why the arrow to me said, you go through here. So
Can you bring up your page 25 that shows an elevation? Doesn't like you can walk through here.
yeah, I guess you can.
That's elevations are next.
I think it's building heights as
It'd be
measured,
building,
finished grade, building.
north building to
Yeah.
be, yeah, there you go. Yep.
So at least the way I've contemplated it is that you could have basically service access from the north side, and then we likely wouldn't want access through those gaps from the south side, but we could add doors under those stairs to do that. We could also shift those stairs open and leave that wide open. I'm just not sure exactly what that accomplishes.
Yeah, I think, well.
We were
can
trying
get
to
into that.
accomplish to break the massing up.
Yeah.
That's one building as it's represented.
Mhm.
So the intention of what, at least I was suggesting in the last meeting, is we could break these buildings into at least in half, not to 3 separate masses.
You think the break where they did break it is enough?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll get to it.
And so I think what you're saying is if those stairs were moved and you could go clear through that, that's the intent you had. Okay. And then we can jump into the perspectives. Kristen mentioned this, but we've done with trees, without trees. The berm is intended to stay as well as the vegetation, but wanted to give that clear picture of what the building looks behind that. One of the comments from our work session was adding.
Just speak into the microphone a little bit more, please.
Yes, sorry. One of the other comments from our work session was adding more in the way of balconies along some of these wall planes. So that's something that has been added here to building 2. If we want to, yeah, that's a view that shows some of those. So Right now, all units would have some access to the outdoors. Some could have multiple balconies or patio spaces there. And I'll pause there real quick. Any questions on building 2 before we keep rolling?
Did we do 1 and 2 separately? And go
Well, we
through
have,
the conditions.
but then we get the public comment and
Right.
yeah, we don't need.
More straightforward to handle it the same way we meeting, which is let them go through
Yeah.
their entire,
Okay.
thing, then 1 round of public comments.
Okay. So buildings 1 and 2 really look to be the first phase of the project. The second phase would include buildings 3 and buildings 4. As I mentioned earlier, we certainly heard from the site walk that there's some opportunity to look at building 3 to provide some more connectivity and some more relief between that building and Creekside. Our team is continuing to learn. The story pools are really a great exercise for us to understand the context of the site and the relationships to the surrounding area. So we appreciated the opportunity to see that as well. This is also the phase that would incorporate a significant amount of the green open space. Right now it's about 60 feet wide by 300 feet long. We have a network of different pathways running through that space with different little pockets, thinking about kind of different rooms of ways to engage, whether that's kind of passive dining, places to sit, active play, outdoor fitness, a lawn area, potentially fire pits. So these different amenities that start to make it feel like a series of outdoor rooms that really can become a community asset and a community gathering place. And I was just really struck when you're standing on site, the scale of the buildings and how that provides some relief, as well as provides a visual connection both to the north and the south. Between buildings 3 and 4, if you recall standing out on that portion of the site, that would provide access as well as connectivity from the east to the west between those 2 buildings. Building 4, which incorporates the childcare, has some dedicated play area to the western edge. It's shown as green here, but actually you can see some bike parking. We're thinking that would be bike barns. So another covered bike structure along the access road all the way to the furthest west. In front of building 4 is that large plaza space, once again, kind of standing out on site. This felt like a very comfortable space. There's the large drop off that can accommodate large bus movements, as well as drop up for the daycare, drop off for residents, access to the fitness. And within that plaza would also be able to accommodate food trucks. And so they would be able to pull off of this space into the plaza. And then you can see at the southern edge, we've incorporated some kind of casual dining area to help activate that space and bring some additional uses onto this portion of the site. Also important to note is the grasscrete that you see all the way to the furthest west, the green kind of access way with the circle. Once again, continuing to learn as we experience the site. I think there's some opportunity to move this circle further south and preserve some more of the space in front of Creekside for some of those existing resident uses. That's something our team is going to be looking at and exploring in the coming weeks to figure out, if there's a better access there. Important to maintain access here for fire, for drop off for residents to access those units. So that element will remain, but we'll look at some different ways that we might be able to fit it into the context of the site. I think that's everything I have but the site plan, so I'm going to pass it back to Charlie.
Talk into the mic this time. So again, this is where we were with the last go round. So we've covered building 2. We'll talk about 3 and 4. One thing as we evolved it was trying to maintain a simple gable form as a unifying element throughout these buildings. So Opposed to, I think throughout town, there's not a lot in the way of dormers. We're bringing in those selectively, but trying to keep that cleaner gable form while also trying to reduce ridge lengths, trying to find that balance. So buildings 3 and 4 really lean into that. We'll get into the programming in floor plans like Allison mentioned, but what we're hoping everyone sees is that these 2 buildings are very much in scale, if not smaller than a lot of their contextual buildings. So let's keep moving forward. And then this is just a view from the opposite side, looking at building 4 with building 1 in the background there. So that's where we were before. Here's where we're at now. And just to reiterate that kind of near foreground view of our site is what Allison was mentioning in terms of playground and opportunities for additional transit, bus drop off, turnaround, as well as food truck fitness, those kind of things. So really trying to activate that as a community space. So this is our sliver of below basement parking that's below buildings 3 and 4. Just wanted to show that for context. Where that becomes relevant is really that stair and elevator access on the west side of that and aligning that to the site. So while we do have flexibility in where buildings 3 and 4 are located to adjacent properties, there are some elements that are kind of better fixed without disrupting our parking layouts and counts there.
But that's part of the big parking structure.
It is, but it's designed in a way that we can basically build that later and build it onto the phase 1.
Okay, but it would just, that side, the right side wall would just be taken out and
correct.
Build that. Okay.
Yep.
Can I ask, so that's sort of basically a box underground, and then there's some material over that to provide for landscaping and whatnot. And I think I learned from a recent P&Z meeting that it's important to accommodate things like tree wells and whatnot, to enable larger trees and landscaping to be built on top of that. Is that something that you're contemplating in that parking design? Or
Buildings has to be far enough down that we can have the structure, the area to do drainage, and then the planting medium above it. And even then, to preserve some height, and Allison can correct me if I'm wrong, but doing some mounding or raised planters so that we can get bigger trees and things like that, where larger trees couldn't just be done in the shallowness of top of structure to whatever our finished grade is.
Oh, you got it?
Yep.
The garage it'd be under building 4 and part of building 3.
Building 3 and 4 are entirely over the garage. Yep. And that's an important consideration, maybe not relevant to mass and scale and all things HARC, but in terms of differential settlement, building our foundations outside of the boundaries of the garage presents some concerns on our end. So we're trying to keep our buildings within the footprint of the garage.
But if you go to the floor plan of everything, the next one, keep going.
This might be a different layout than your board packet, but yeah, the garage.
Because building 3 extends past the garage.
It does not. Only, and I don't know if you can highlight this with your cursor, but where our elevator comes up, that is the only thing aligned to the west face of the garage.
But
And then on the north side,
site plan that you had before. There. Building 3, half of building 3 is in line with building 1. You're saying.
The garage goes under building 2.
It's almost the entire site.
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
not-
and
it's
under
not,
building.
it's
Okay,
not
yeah,
illustrated
yeah,
on
yeah,
any
yeah.
drawing.
Yeah.
But it's.
Yeah, I got it. Okay, thank you.
But only one story. Okay. Okay. Anything else on 3 and 4? I mean, again, we'll just stick to mass and scale issues.
Yeah.
We're not talking fenestration.
Yep.
The things tonight.
So yeah, I think we can just cruise through the views and I'll chime in there, but.
So questions on 3 and 4. I'll kick it off with one. So you commented that buildings 3 and 4 are 2 foot and 2.5 foot respectively below the current buildings to the west, correct?
Yep.
Because boy, it was deceiving with the story poles. I thought they were higher, but it is. That's okay. Thank you. Other questions on 3 and 4? Okay.
I have some comments, but no questions.
Yeah,
We'll
so we'll
save
wait
that
till
for our
delivery.
discussion.
Okay. All right. The moment you've been waiting for. Who would like to go first? Go ahead. Just read your name in the mic and again, 3 minutes or less, please.
I'll be quick. My name is Dirk de Pachter, been here for a while. I'm also from the Netherlands and we are used to water and we are used to digging in water. And we're used to going very underground with this. I strongly recommend that this design is amended to go 4 stories of parking underneath the entire site. And that will give you plenty of parking space to significantly reduce the mass and scale, which is what I think most of the folks will want to talk about. It will give you a lot of space and it may even get you the ability on that one false facade, as I call it, to put housing there. You know, like, so, yes, you know, like, I mean, there's going to be some hydrology studies done. Well, we're at 9,000 feet. I like to tell everybody is like, we're 9,000 feet above the Pacific Ocean. So beware, all this stuff is draining that direction, you know, one way or the other. Since you are in a location that, you know, is fairly close to the hillside there, I think the hydrology is not going to be that big of a concern. Please consider going 4 stories deep. This is common practice in the Netherlands. We have a lot of large market spaces in the middle of our historic towns that are some cases 1,000 years old. And all they're doing is to make sure that there is vehicular access into the heart of the town to make sure it's economically viable. And by going underneath these old market spaces, 4 stories, 5 stories sometimes, you know, well below waterline, which is usually 16 feet above the ground level, you know, so consider this. I mean, it's, we always hear, I've been hearing for years, you know, from particularly some of our planner folks, oh, we got groundwater to consider. I think if Telluride would consider for this site and for Carhenge to go 4 stories on the ground, we will significantly reduce mass and scale, and we will significantly reduce the load on parking. And we may consider it for other sites in town, like ball fields. Let's go three stories underneath the ball fields. We can solve a lot of our parking problems in Telluride by getting our head out of you know what, by going underground. Start using the dirt we have and go down. Use the technology. Believe it or not, I don't think it's probably less expensive to build underground for this than it would be above ground. Anyways, I think that's all I have to say. And if anybody has any questions, they usually know where to find it. Mass and scale.
Thank you. Good. Next, Jack.
Sorry. My name's Jack Wesson. I'm going to be exact counterpoint to what you just heard. Who remembers the first time they drove into town? Hold that thought, right? Everybody can probably raise their hand. Quick question for staff. Do we have a hydrology study, a wetland delineation, environmental study for the property? Was that part of the packet?
Doesn't usually.
No, I think that would be in P and Z's packet, but it's not with us.
Doesn't usually respond to public comments. Do you want?
Oh, well, we can't have dialogue back and forth.
You can answer later.
Sorry.
So, all right, so I'm here to really talk about one guideline, really two guidelines in particular. If you read the River Park Corridor Overlay intro, okay, the RPC guidelines generally, quote, take precedent, unquote, over all the other guidelines and all the other zoning, okay? You're the gatekeeper of the river. You're the one to protect the river, okay? So RPC 1B, San Miguel River should not be restricted or altered except when actions would restore and enhance the natural habitat. 1C, avoid placing buildings, infrastructure, trails, et cetera, that would damage habitat in the RPCO-COTA, especially wetlands and along the river. Okay. If you look at the last design, there's obviously some sections of it. The sections need to have the river on it. Okay, so you understand the relationship. If we're going to dig down so that the lowest slab level is 28 feet, 10 inches below the entry, right? The hydrostatic pressure require that slab somewhere between 3 and 5 feet thick. The geotechnical report said you need to drain the site 3 to 5 feet below the bottom of the excavation. So now we're down 27 feet or something below the level of the river that you're going to have to dewater the site only 25 feet away from the river in totally alluvial soil. Where's the river going to go? This project's going to go on to build this for several years. You'll have to be pumping that river dry for that excavation. Okay. Now, your job is to protect the river. What's going to happen to the wetlands along the river? They're dry for a year and a half. All that vegetation. What's going to happen to the adjacent buildings when you drop the water table 20 feet? So I don't think it's a practical design, right? From that and that aspect. Now, what was presented to PNP, Kathy Green said, I don't think this is even buildable. Now, they're only going down one level because if you go down just 11 foot 3 inches, you're still in the water table because the water table is only down 4 to 7 feet. Now you're down over 10 feet below the water table, and then you have to draw it down another 3 to 5 feet. So you're still going to be 5, 8 feet below the level of the river just to build one level below grade for the parking garage. So it's essential that we have all this hydraulic, all this due diligence up front. These recharge, what is it going to take to be building in the river? Not just 20 feet, 30 feet down, even 10 feet down, because there are huge implications to the river. I haven't seen anything really address that at all. Okay. Now, when we built the Voodoo, we could have built a parking garage below it. There was a reason that we didn't, because we realized the implications of getting into that water table to do that. There was a design to go 2 levels down in the Silverjack building. And they realized we're going to be in the water table. What does that mean? It was cheaper to build under the roads than it was to go down. They realized that then. We're going to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars at every one of these meetings when the obvious is just being ignored, that we cannot do what Dirk was saying. For example, why is the foundation, why can we really only go down?
Chair Shambaugh, we're past time, and my concern is that we'll need to give additional time to others making public comment.
I'll cut it off there.
Okay.
But I just want to make a point that the displacement required for the parking garage at that depth, over 12 feet of concrete just to hold it down. That's why you can only build under the parking garage. It's the only thing heavy enough.
Okay, thank you. And many of us have been there, done this before, but everybody, go ahead. Next.
Okay, Dave Peterson, and yeah, the river corridor, that's a good point. That trail, in looking at the ridge line of building 2, it seems like either change the pitch of the roof or and maybe that plus change the spring line from where the roof goes up. Maybe 5 feet on the inside of the dormers for those windows so that the ridge line of number 2 building could be below the sight lines to lift 7, the ridge line of the ski hill. So you could see, you could also get sunshine down over building 2 to the river corridor at noon in the wintertime. But at any rate, yeah, I did a building down on Pacific and Spruce, the northwest corner. And in that thing, we did a basement where we were in the water table. And the soils report said that no problem, the water's coming in at 15. Gary Bennett was on his D9 cat and he was back and forth. The water came in 11 feet and he was turning that site into applesauce pretty quickly. It went into a 45-degree angle like the Titanic, and God, I wish I would have had a camera. But at any rate, we did redesign that building. Buckhorn Geotech, Norm Ofterheit and myself in over the weekend. And we put in the 3-foot slab with the rebar to counteract the hydrostatic pressure so that the little 5-inch slab wouldn't be crushed upwards. So the slab not only resisted the hydrostatic pressure going up, but it also was enough weight to hold the building down. When the water table comes up, I just don't like it when the buildings pop out of the ground and float down the street. Anyway, that's a joke. So yeah, the 2 purposes was of that 3-foot slab was we redesigned it over the weekend and it worked really well. We had a 14-foot or a 12-foot ceiling for a full kitchen in the basement too. So we had ceiling height or floor to floor adequate height. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, who's next? Please.
Hi there, my name is Keith Hill. I just wanted to say that today the site walk wasn't very good. It wasn't fun. I don't think that it's your fault. I think they're being put in a very difficult situation. Apparently, the town laws say that they don't have to tell us anything at the site walks. They don't have to answer any questions, and they didn't. And so they hid behind the town laws to not have to do that. It was really, really, really disappointing. I was really looking forward to that site walk. I've been in an echo chamber of people talking to me about the same things, and I wanted to hear it from the town. And instead, we were told to come here. There was about 50 of us there. There's like 15 people here now. There's 9 people listening online. The reason we couldn't answer questions was because we weren't a representation of the public, because the public were going to be at the meeting tonight. We all represented probably many people. It's like I represented at least 30 to 50 people I would have told about everything I learned. And I didn't learn anything. The story polls sort of did exactly what they told us. And I would like you all to change the town laws so that on site walks, they can actually answer questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Any other questions? Or yes, please come on up.
Hi, Talbot Wilt and property owner at a place 2. Looking at the sites today, a couple of big concerns came to me. The site coming around the 90-degree angle is a bottleneck already. So we have a building with a lot of different functions going on and 900 parking spaces, if that's the correct number now. So I'm looking at a number more people coming and going. I know they are going to be pulling in earlier, which is great. But we have a lot of functions going on that corner. I would love to see the setbacks drawn back further so there's more of a buffer zone so that all of us property owners are not walking out our doors or looking out our windows and seeing a massive, as you mentioned earlier, penitentiary look with the windows. You know, you just got this behemoth, monolithic green monster, as they say in Fenway. That the division of the buildings is beautiful. I love that feature. I think the magic number of 900 parking spaces, I'm not really sure why that has to happen. So my suggestion, my comment would be lower the number of spaces to go into that area. Maybe cut back a few of the uses. We're talking about adding a food bank, which I hadn't heard about before. Maybe I've missed some stuff. Transit center, the increased amount of parking, childcare, weight rooms, maybe soccer and party areas up top. So all of a sudden this area gets more unsafe than it is already. I mean, I witness people from my window because we look out at over Shandoka parking lot because we can see over it currently. But we see traffic trying to come around that 90-degree turn, buses coming through at the same time, snow plows, moving trucks, garbage trucks, people trying to exit the underground parking from at a place one. So it's all happening right there. So if we can move it all in, it would reduce the scale of the property of the buildings. It could be done simply by lowering the number of spaces needed and trying to cut back on a few of the uses. Thank you.
Thank you. One up. We'll get to those online in just a moment. It looks like just a few more comments here. There's 4 online.
Hi, Jenny Gordon. I never thought I'd see a project like this in Telluride.
Mic closer.
Yes, I never thought I'd see a project like this in Telluride.
Got to be 2 inches away.
I'll have to try to speak louder. It really makes me sad. It doesn't reflect the community as I know and love it. It's too big. Why does the town, as the applicant and the ultimate arbiter of this project, get to exceed ground to floor ratios, get to exceed square footages, get to exceed heights? It's not right. We did it a little bit in Voodoo. We're doing it big time here. And to my way of thinking, it's just not right. This project needs to be scaled back. It needs to be Telluride sized. It needs to meet the needs as we really see them. 900 space parking lot. We're not using the one that we have very well. I just don't see that anybody who is promoting this, whether it's staff, I'm not sure where all of this came from, but it's too big and the town should not be allowed to break its own rules. Thank you.
Next. One up.
Hi, I'm Patty McIntosh. Patty McIntosh, and I think the design is very nice. I think the mass and scale is ridiculous. I would go down 2 stories. I was wondering if you have that rooftop greenery, how's that gonna go through winter with the snow and ice? I think Mark's idea of having the tree space on the parking lot is good. But yeah, I just think it's too big. 2 levels, 2 stories would be plenty. And that would give the surrounding complexes and from the river path something to look at. Those story poles are huge. You can't see over them. And I can't imagine when it's not just story poles you're looking through, but you're looking at solid buildings. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Let's do some online comment. Oh, go ahead. There's one more.
Hi, Mary Beth Mueller. I am a longtime resident and a property owner in this area, and I also have lived in a couple of different Shindoka units. I'm in the area all the time, so I feel pretty comfortable commenting on how it functions as is, and it's really interesting seeing the plans and some of the revisions. And thank you all for your work and your dedication on this, for showing up, all of it. I struggle some with the language used because I feel like there's a lot of spin put on this, like the apparent height versus the actual height, stuff like that, all these benefits. I'm fully aware that we can enjoy both in that neighborhood and other residents benefits in this area. But I feel like there's a real contradiction between the impact and the scale, the mass and scale, all of these things that are being proposed versus the community benefit. I'm not able to balance those in my own thinking and my own observation and trying really hard to follow this process. As to the process, I will also say that as a member of the public, it's confusing, this P&Z and HARC thing going on simultaneously. I've tried to talk to a few people about that whom I assume are more knowledgeable and more experienced than I. So I do struggle with that a little bit, just reverting or rewinding to something that came up earlier in this meeting. Knowing how busy it is in this area already, and Talbot spoke to this as well some, I see the pedestrians, the vehicular traffic, the bicycles, the buses. I haven't seen anything go really haywire there. I've heard about a few things, but it's very, very hard to imagine adding a lot more of everything and hoping that better planning and better sidewalks in that turn lane or the extra lane for the buses at the transit center would actually allow all of these people and vehicles to move smoothly. It's really, really hard to imagine that. And I'm not the professional planner, but I find that to be baffling, to be honest with you. And so to call this community and pedestrian focused, but to build on this really enormous scale seems like a contradiction to me. I think the whole thing is just way, way too big. What it does to the quality of life in neighboring buildings that will see so much less sun than they already see is, I think, an enormous compromise to impose upon the residents there. I'm aware that the buildings throughout town, a lot of the buildings up close to the hill have been granted higher roof lines over the years. And while that's obvious, they also are up against the vastness of the mountain. And so I know that the High Point at a place is always quoted as this very high structure. When it was built, there wasn't anything to the west of it. So when Shindoka was built to its west, that was lower. That's how we know how it looks right now. I find that the compromise to everyone's views, their daylight, including rental residents in that neighborhood, is just absolutely unacceptable. There's a lot of talk about activating community space and providing more green space, or utilizing the green spaces that are drawn to community benefit. I think it's really neat. Public art, benches, food trucks, all of that makes a lot of sense. Very appealing. I want to just remind everybody, the obvious thing is that for much of the year, this is totally in the shade. It's cold, it's icy. And although we had a hot walk on the site walk today, and we had a mild winter, and we've had a warm summer, I think that a lot of that is somewhat unrealistic in terms of the real application and use of residents circulating in that area and routinely experiencing their own lives enhanced by those features. I'm curious about the fact that over the past many years, a lot of owners in accommodations to districts have properties where they've received denials from HARC for rather small modifications, like dormers, like the dormers Charlie mentioned, maybe fitting into this building. Now, I know times change, but regulations are regulations. And so if those features sometimes haven't been deemed to fit into the neighborhood on people's individual properties, how does this fit into the neighborhood? And not even just the neighborhood, how does this fit into our town? Community benefit is enormous, but the scale of this is staggering. So I worry that if this were a private entity trying to develop this, it wouldn't even have gotten to the starting line. That's a concern for me. And I hope that you all will continue the diligent work of examining how it can be modified. And thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Vanessa?
Going online?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna ask Vanessa to unmute.
You could unmute. Again, 3 minutes or less, please. And if you concur with comments previously made, tell us, and if you've got something new, go in detail.
Hi, this is Vanessa. I'm sitting in and speaking for Charles Mueller, also an owner at Edo Place. He wasn't able to attend today, but asked me to, just relay some of the same concerns. Highly opposed to the project overall, highly opposed to the mass and scale, for sure, of this entire project. Back in 1998, when their condo was purchased, they did have unlimited parking, didn't need to ask for permission for limited parking. That has since changed, which creates a very unrealistic and unpleasant situation for there being more than one person at the condo at one time. So it does this project and this parking garage going to allow the current residents there unlimited parking? Will they be given placards, multiple placards for this allowed parking? I think overall, just in general, just an overall opposition to the project. Thank you for your time and for letting me speak for him today.
Thank you. Douglas Tooley, welcome back. Unmute, please.
Thank you, Doug Tooley again. I was fully engaged in this process in the fall of 2022. At that time, I suggested a lowering of the parking half a floor, and that just going half a height underground removes the need for any additional ventilation. A small point. I also suggested the kayak launching spot, which absolutely does not look like it's been designed at all, and probably needs to be bigger than is indicated on the in the current plan. It was obvious in 2022 that the mass and scale was too large. We still have roughly that 960 parking spot garage, which is then and now too big. And we're trying to do too much in that, and where that number is coming from, I think, is an important question. Are we building a parking lot for Telsky, and paying for it as well? On a design practice basis, Telluride has a unique perspective on constructing very high density property, very close to incredible open space assets. Village Court up in Mountain Village has ski access, and Shandoka has access to the valley floor, and that's very important. And I don't see that connection in the design process completely developed with regards to the environmental conditions, the environmental context for this project. And most specifically, I think it's important that you can see the Sneffels Ridge from the south sidewalk of Black Bear, as well as from all of those units there that you don't need to see all of it, but you just know it's there. You can see that the ridge is there as part of the natural environment for that location. And that's a reduction in parking spots. The island green spaces, that definitely needs some work. Fit that into it. But similarly, we seem to be putting a priority on setbacks as people are coming into this intercept lot, but we're giving zero consideration to the residents of Shandoka.
Doug, you have 10 seconds left if you would mind recapping. Sorry.
Sure. Just move that green space into island pockets and over onto the Shandoka side and lower it, and cut the parking spots by a third. Thanks.
Thank you. Stephanie, good advice. Goodways, could you unmute?
She's unmuted.
Are you with us?
Stephanie, if you can hear us, you are unmuted. Stephane?
Yes, Stephane. We're going to come back to you in a minute. Let's go with Priscilla Morales. And then we'll come back, Stephanie, if you can figure it out. Priscilla?
Hi, hello, good night. I have a quick question. First of all, I'm Priscilla Morales, and I have two more community members here in this call. Are they able to talk in the same mic as me after I talk?
Okay.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I'll start. So I'm gonna go from north to south. And first of all, thank you all for showing up today. That was great. Being there, taking a little bit of the sun. So my first comment is on building 2. I believe that's gonna be like the $1 million houses, especially the house or residential is gonna be on top of what it seems to be a coffee shop or something like that. I've been seeing all the footprints, and that footprint on residential seems to be the bigger one. And I'm not sure if that's going to be for rental or sales yet, but that's big in comparison to the apartments that are showing in building 1. Then some of them are like 660 square feet. The second comment that I have is that as well in building 2, you have the receptacle for the trash in that corridor. So I'm wondering, how is the trash car going in to pick it up, and how you guys are gonna work with the smell of that? And that same area of where it seems to be the trash, and building 1, it's too tight. And you can go and see it right now in the parking lot, and it's tight. I really sure that the place that you guys are right now, it's wider than that place that I'm pointing out, and you can go and see it. So all that corridor itself, it seems that it's really tight. It seems that it's really long. It like if we see a perspective from there at eye level, I think we can get a better idea of how that's gonna be. And just going back to the river trail as well, I feel like that's gonna be really shaded. Right now, there's some sun going in, but with that building going that high, what are we gonna do with lighting for that? Now, building 1, if this is an improvement, which we want to believe it is, and this is gonna help all the community, I feel like on winter, I would like to be able to walk probably inside building 1. So I'm not like going to the corridor on building 1 and 2, and just get a little bit of, like protection from the ice, protection for the snow, and just go and get my bus in front of Mohani Street. So it would be interesting to see some corridors inside of the building 1, especially following the path of what it seems to be the park that we have on the west area. And just to finish, in Black Bear Road, again, it's I'm wondering where they're gonna plow all the snow, because as right now they're putting it on the side. And it was my understanding that the sidewalks on Double Diamond and Chandoka would not getting any improvements probably, or that's something that is still talking on town.
Sorry, we're out of time. Do you want to
Okay.
put the other people on?
Yes, perfect. That's it.
Thank you. This is Dominique Renaud. I echo all the comments about the massive scale of the project. There is nothing like these currently in the town of Telluride, and I can believe we are like approaching this first project with this amount of scale. I'm going to talk about building 1 a little bit now. It seems like if we're having solar panels on the side that is closer to the mountain, they are like in the wrong location, especially for like the winter sun mapping. And on that note, I would like to see a shadow study for critical points in time during a whole year for like all the areas that are pedestrian, and also like vehicular paths. And in regards of the green space, it looks honestly very performatic. Like the approach to the green space, I think, should be a little different, and we can like even tell when it comes to going up the green space. I mean, the staircase and or the shaft are kind of like anecdotal to the scale of that space. So I would definitely like look more into that. And yeah, my last comment is that I would love to see more views from a normal person perspective. I know that bird's eye views are good to have an idea of what's going on, but if you walk right now on the river trail, you basically cannot see the mountainside. So I would like some more realistic views for this project too. And oh, and finally, I'd love to see some information in Spanish for a Spanish-speaking community. I mean, 30% of our population are Spanish speakers, and a lot of our Spanish speakers live in Shandoka. So how are we gonna incorporate them in this process too?
Hi, everyone. I'm the third speaker on this call. My name is Kendra Held. I'm a resident of Virginia Placer. And just want to echo what Priscilla and Jomi have both noted. I have a few additional notes or things to highlight as well. It seems to me that there are several comments that are happening around the additional traffic that's going to be coming to this space based on the scale, both in terms of existing and then new residents, but then also visitors in a way that doesn't currently exist at the same scale. So I think paying attention and thinking about traffic flows and patterns is going to be really important. There's a lot of kind of demand being put on this space. And so just thinking about user safety and comfort feels like something that needs a little bit more focus. I'd also recommend kind of reconsidering the 900 space number. That's come up a few times, but I think the benefits of reconsidering that number include safety, it includes the mass, and could allow for more flexibility within the actual site if some of those parking space numbers were compromised. I definitely agree as a resident of this neighborhood that the 90-degree turn going from Mahoney to Black Bear is a high kind of traffic touch point. There are folks that are moving through that space very quickly and likely to be more. So whatever can be done to provide additional space in that area, I think would be really helpful to just prevent collisions. I'd also recommend adding space between buildings 1 and 2, like Priscilla mentioned. That's a pretty tight corridor and is likely a space that will be used by folks who maybe don't want to go through the parking garage, but want to kind of cut through and avoid that high traffic space. So providing more space in that area would be really helpful. I also really liked Jomi's idea of having a shadow study. I think folks in this neighborhood understand that we don't get a lot of sunlight. We really cherish what we do have. And understanding what the impact of this building will be would be helpful for residents to understand what that will look like for them and their lifestyles. I appreciate the diligence of this working group and just all the work that goes into being on HARC and your time to review these plans. But also really want to again, like highlight that there are a lot of absent committee members from this meeting tonight. There are very few Spanish speakers that are attending, which makes sense. This is a long, late night meeting. It's hard for folks who are working 2 jobs and have kids to attend these meetings, especially if it's not in their first language. And so I would just really strongly encourage more being done to change that.
Thank you. We're out of time. Thank you very much. Cammie Nichols. Can you unmute?
Yes.
I think I am muted. Hi, this is Cami
Welcome.
Nichols. Hi, I live in Cimarron. I'm really encouraged that there's so many people involved. I think I've been to almost every meeting about this project and the one on Carhenge, and I agree with Jack, Jenny, Mary Beth, Priscilla, Jomi, and Kendra. I know they're getting into it for the community to talk, and I'll try to focus on what is squarely within your purview as HARC. You guys are definitely focused on mass and scale. You can make decisions about designs or projects that are just not appropriate for Telluride or for that particular area of Telluride. And I think at the first HARC work session on this project, one of the HARC commissioners mentioned we could just say no. That this project is just too big. Even if we break it in half, we go underground, which might not be realistic at all. We do all these things to try to change it. The nature of it is it's just too much. I think Jenny put it perfectly, was just, if it was a private person, putting this plan forward, there would just be a flat out no. It's just, it doesn't fit the neighborhood. It doesn't fit the town. And I think it's within your purview to just say no, and would urge you all to do so. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Ryan Vitt?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, there you are, Ryan.
Yeah, I agree with what everybody said, and I also have attended, I think, about every meeting on this project. And I do like, the number of things that Design Workshop is trying to make happen. I do think some things have gone in the wrong direction. I think the food bank location, or the original location was on the west side of the project. I think that makes the most sense because that's where the people in general that are going to be using the food bank. Currently, if it's winter, I think Priscilla brought it up that she's going to be probably walking through that parking garage just to stay out of the weather. Year round, people are going to be walking through that parking garage or having to make a longer walk around the parking garage to access the food bank to walk back to their house on the other side of the parking garage, which to me doesn't make sense. And the reason they did that, I'm assuming, is because they didn't want to reduce the size or reduce the setback of that 90-degree turn, where that's actually the better idea. Another from a traffic and flow study is, I don't know if any of you've ever been in a 900 car parking garage that's only had a one in, one out vehicular access. In general, it's recommended at a minimum for a 500 space parking lot to have two ins, two outs, and that's minimum. So if you're talking about the location currently where it is, you're going to have the number of people coming in, the number of people coming out. The bus stop is right there. The food bank is right there. All the pedestrians, there's the elevator coming down right there. That is going to be a vehicular and pedestrian nightmare. There's for sure going to be accidents. So I think there needs to be if that's the only in, maybe, and you keep it as a two in, there's going to have to be an out, a two out on a different side of the parking lot. And these are all just things, if this can actually work. I think the setbacks need to be larger as the building goes up. I think the building is too high. So I don't know how HARC deals with that. As Cami said, I mean, at the way that they're going, maybe you almost have to just say no, or start putting restrictions that actually make it worthwhile, where you say, okay, the whole roof is going to be green space. The roof is going to be set back 15 feet every level goes up, just to accommodate the massing and size of this thing. I don't know how else it really works. And you let Design Workshop figure it out. So, I agree with everybody. I've never heard a positive comment on this. I've always heard public complaining on the massive scale. So hopefully HARC can really hold that up and say, the massive scale is just too large. Go back to the drawing board or dramatically reduce it. Thanks.
Thank you. Danny Kraft, are you unmuted?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. So I'm just going to repeat a lot of things that everyone said, and I just appreciate everything that you guys are doing at HARC. I think one of your guys' purview, or one of your main purviews, is really just mass and scale, and we continue to kind of talk about this. And you look at like what Jenny Gordon said, and this really doesn't fit the purview of Telluride. And I've gone back to the town multiple times from town council members to the town manager, to multiple other situations, and no one's been able to answer the 900 parking spots to me. And where this comes into effect is that if you look at current Carhenge right now, it's 288 spaces. If you look at Shandoka, it's 348. So it's 638. You add these residential units and you're going to have roughly about 200 additional parking spots after you accommodate for these residential spaces. So do we really need 200 parking spots additional? And what I'm going with that is like, why can't we lower it one level down? And the whole reason behind that, and exactly what I'm hitting on, is that you look at our census. Our census is down in population. You look at the school population is down. You look at every single indicator and it's down. No one's coming to Telluride to commute to other places within our county. So they aren't going to drive into this parking structure and then all of a sudden commute down valley. So this doesn't make any sense to me of why we continue to kind of push this 900 parking spot structure. It needs to be reduced. And this is well within your guys' purview to understand mass and scale. We're making a number of exemptions for them already. And we're doing that in the public purview based upon the parking, but we do not need this many parking spots based upon everything I've ever heard. So I appreciate everything you guys are doing. I appreciate kind of where you guys are going with this. And I hope that, you guys can come to the same conclusion that hopefully we can reduce this mass and scale.
Thank you. Chris Myers? Hello, Chris.
Unmute.
Right there.
Okay, hang on. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. And I'm here with my partner, Erin Reese.
Hello.
So she would like to speak after me. I am a newcomer to Telluride. I've only been here 26 years. And I expect more from Telluride. I expect it to be more visionary and not more of what Aspen and Vail have done. And what I see in this project is the town is the applicant, the town owns the land, and HARC and Design Workshop have been put in a very awkward position, basically because the town is their boss, to deliver what the town wants. And if the town really wants public support, it needs to do more. It doesn't need to just do the minimum of what the land use code requires. So if the town really wants to engage the public, then do more. And I mentioned this today on site. If somebody wanted to learn about the story polls and they clicked on the QR code, it didn't take them to the HARC packet. It took them to the Amazon that the town of Telluride website is, and it wasn't easy to find information on the Shandoka project. But the town could have easily made that link directly to the HARC packet. So I expect more from the town. I support Keith Hill's comments that today was very frustrating. I'm sorry we can't answer those questions here. You have to come to the meeting tonight. There was a lot of frustration, and I appreciate that Design Workshop did all they could to try and answer those questions whenever possible. So that being said, several people have brought up building number 2. What I see the town doing is they're trying to blow up a balloon and make it fit every square inch of property and max it out. What Danny Kraft just said, let's not build a 900 car parking garage. Let's build a 700 car parking garage. We don't have to max everything out. And cramming in building 2 along the river corridor, if everybody here who's in this room and all the HARC commissioners have walked the river trail, there are no buildings that are that close to the trail that obscure your view looking south to the mountains. So does building 2 really need to be there? Or is that, as some people have surmised, that's likely going to be the free market housing that gets sold off to the highest bidder to help pay for this behemoth project? So because it's about mass and scale, this is your purview. Do we really need building 2 there at all? Or do we really need to have 5 stories or 6 stories or 7 stories of parking garage? And do we need to be tackling all these hard issues about going down into the water table and having hydrology studies done.
Thanks, Chris. We're out of time, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
This is Erin Reese. Can I speak for just a second?
Yes, Aaron.
And then
So-
Steed, the
And then
remainder of
just-
her time.
I just want to say I did send a letter in about this project to the to HARC, but I also want to just reiterate what so many people have said, which is that this project is too big. The mass and scale is too large, too many parking spots, and no information about how much of the units will be affordable housing. Thank you.
So may I have the rest of your time?
Yes.
So then there's a group called Livable Telluride. They got out in the last week and got surveys
Not
out
really.
to
Hey,
all
hey,
the
Chris, hey, Chris,
Yeah.
go, if you've got one point to make, but we can't do that and switch people's time. Sorry.
So
If you
I'll
got
just say, I'll
different
end
to
on
wrap up.
Livable Telluride survey. They put out surveys to all the Shandoka residents.
All right.
And 75% of the residents said they strongly oppose this.
We read that. We read
Okay.
that. Thank you for pointing it out, though.
Thank you very much for your time and your consideration and your service to the
Sorry.
community.
Thank you. Stephane, are you trying to come back with us? And then we're gonna.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, welcome.
Yeah, thank you. And I've had the privilege and the luck to own a place here for over 30 years. And as many of the other people have said, I would have never imagined that something like that would ever come to discussion. But a separate point, and just to make a positive comment, I think you guys at HARC have done a phenomenal job. I grew up in the Alps, and I saw with my own eyes the difference between the towns who had a powerful historical group fighting for keeping the culture and what the town is supposed to look like versus the other towns who didn't have one. And it's mind-blowing. So I think you guys have done an amazing job. And for me, the first proof of that was when those affordable housing project came on the west side of Mahoney, north side of the river. I was very dubious and I was worried about density and what would happen. And I can't tell you now, I wish I could move there because you guys did a phenomenal job preserving the culture and preserving the vision of an alpine town. This project couldn't be the opposite of that. And everybody covered all the issues of the mass and scale. And I'm just going to add one more comment to that. I think to the comment that my Dutch neighbor said earlier, if anybody tells you that this is not feasible by digging down, just ignore what they say because it's simply wrong. This problem has been solved 1,000,000 times. But as many others have said, the most important way to fix this problem is to limit the amount of parking spaces and the amount of density that this is going to create for our neighborhood. And maybe the last comment is it's really hard to gauge the overall design of the project that you guys have been looking at, but it's for me a massive departure versus what you were able to do with the project on the north side of the river. And my big concern, living in a condominium that was built in the 80s, is you cannot have a design that looked like 80s meet cheap, bad modern design. If that's what we end up, we're gonna have something that we don't like. And one last comment is, I think if you guys don't address the issues that have been brought here tonight, there's a point in time where all the neighborhood is going to start unifying and where people are going to create a group to stop this development altogether. And that will mean a significant loss of what has been spent and money spent on this project from the beginning. So I think it's very important that you guys and the city re-examine what you're trying to do here, because it's only a matter of time until everybody rebels and say no. And I think we'll have the power to do that.
Thank you very much. Okay. Yes?
Mark, I just need to make sure to state there was one public comment that was received in writing once we were all headed out to the site walk. And I think because it came in before this meeting, have copies for all of you to
Okay.
be able to read said public.
Before we deliberate,
Before you deliberate, because this is a public hearing.
thank you for that. Yep,
you. Appreciate
it's a short letter. Okay, so.
Yes.
Rebuttal.
Yes.
I mean,
There were a
you
couple things I noted for clarification.
read in the mic, yep.
There were a couple things noted for
Should we read it
clarification
first?
in public comment.
Well, we're not
Kristen, is
deliberating yet.
this the moment to respond
I mean-
from the applicant?
Yes, Mark, do you want to allow the applicants
Okay.
to
We'll
respond?
take, I mean, I'm gonna go to Evelyn Wood speed reading, but give me a minute.
Yeah, let's let the public comment first, because I want to make sure that the last one is entered into their
Great.
record, and then I'm sure they'll turn it over to you.
Section.
Okay,
Thank you.
everybody done? All right. So the applicant want to rebut the last hour?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So just thank you to everyone for your comments. There were a few clarifications we wanted to make. I think I heard several public comments as to whether or not we're allowed to do this. And I just wanted to clarify that a PUD variation in dimensional limitations is actually identified in section 6-304C in the code. And it is a process that many developers have used in this town. PUDs are used across the country. And that's why we focus on those public benefits, because that's what supports those variations in dimensional limitations. The conceptual PUD application went to P&Z last month and was approved for variations, and will continue on to a preliminary PUD with more information, many of which some of that information based on what some of you brought up tonight. So just wanted to clarify that. And the second clarification, there was a comment about the food bank location, and we wanted to state that we did meet with the food bank to better understand their programmatic needs, and that shift in the food bank was a direct response to conversation with them, that's that we intentionally moved them to a site that is going to work better for them and operationally.
Okay. Thank you. So we've closed public comment. Just for clarification, because all these people are asking, in our report, is this true or false? 818 parking spots and only 33 affordable housing units out of this must be 100. Just a question.
Would you repeat that?
Our report you gave us says 818 parking spots down from 920. Is that true or false?
No, we're still at.
Sorry?
We're still at 900.
That's what I read in here. Okay, and 33 affordable housing
No.
out of the 100 something. Okay, never mind. It's irrelevant to mass and scale. So I mean, but the public.
We're
is curious. I
still
was
looking
curious.
at 50 to 60. Units.
Sorry?
We're still looking at 50 to 60 units, which is what's been I
Okay.
think, consistently presented.
So I'm going to jump in and address the elephant in the room, and then just briefly, but then I want to go down the line to everybody. It is 10 pounds in a 5-pound bag. I personally see with the guidelines a way forward, but it's somewhat radical surgery. But as one of the last public speakers asked the question, it's not germane to our decision, but I'm hopeful that we could find some forward path to improve the much needed affordable housing and garage, the parking, since parking's such a problem, with some surgery, not just chipping away at this. I don't want to sit here another 3 nights chipping away. Well, amend this corner, that corner, you know, get rid of the, well, I can tell you right now, fifth floor is not going to fly. We only go up to three stories in our design guidelines. I don't even know how to deal with 5 floors. But I still say, I think there's a way forward, but I'm just going to go down the line, starting Bob, and then we'll go this way. Because if we're getting to a point where we think, you know, and I didn't define what surgery was, which I've got 5 notes I'm willing to do, but before I do that, I don't want to bias anybody. I just want to hear what you think. Is there a path forward? Bob?
Well, is there a path forward?
Yeah, that's a tough question.
It is a tough question. I don't know.
Okay, that's fair.
I don't know. I think there are some things that we can do. I think looking at Kristen's conditions, I've made some modifications to those, but if we're talking about the overall mass and scale of this thing, reducing it a floor or two, does it really help? It's still big.
Okay.
If it's 33 feet, 8 inches versus
50 foot.
50 feet, it's still a very large project.
Okay.
To kind of cut to the chase, it's too big. I think even enter the conversation, you'd have to break building 1 in at least 2 separate structures, at least separate from the pedestrian view. So it's from the ground up. And you'd have to take building 2 and break it into 2 or 3 separate structures from the pedestrian scale. I don't have any major issues with building 3, but it's fundamentally too big. The design guidelines don't contemplate anything of this size, and it's all at least a story too tall.
Okay.
So I'm not sure if the right direction is to give them pretty severe commentary to really almost go back to the drawing board with this, or if it's to deny the application right now and have them send enough message to let them start over again.
Okay.
So I took my own sort of informal poll of the guidelines, and for the public, there are 36 guidelines in this accommodation zone district. I broke those down into 4 different categories. The first one being not applicable: on-site hazards, alignment, town grid, on-site or cut fill, steep slopes, etc. I come up with 8 of the 36 don't apply necessarily. 16 of them don't apply yet because we haven't gotten there. There's not enough detail to discuss them. I did put down 2 of those guidelines as probably being met, but there are 9 that are not. And of those 9, it's the big 3. Pedestrian scale, AC6. Don't let the number fool you. The big one is AC23, mass and scale, and building form, AC24, are not met if you read the guidelines. These guidelines were not written with this building in mind, with this project in mind. There's no way to wrap your head around it. So without ignoring the guidelines, I don't see a path forward with the current design.
Sherry?
I guess I would concur. I think just the mass, particularly of building 1, it's just so much huger than anything that is contemplated by the guidelines that, I mean, we would have to not be blind to the applicant in order to approve it. And I think that's a big point of tension with a lot of the public, is that there is a perception that, you know, if this goes forward, then we would essentially have to be, you know, not applying that very fundamental whatever, I'm not sure what to call it. And so, yeah, I would say that it seems like maybe buildings 2, 3, and 4 could be somehow brought into compliance, but building 1 is just, you know, way outside of the.
Okay. Andrew?
Hey, Mark. Yeah,
Hi
I
there.
would have to say I agree with everything Matt, Stacy, Jerry all said. It's just overall, in my opinion, way too big. And, it seems like they're trying to do things that benefit the public, but the entire public is against this project. That's the elephant in the room for me, along with the mass and scale. You start thinking about how backed up this is going to get, school mornings with the traffic we already have, powder days. I mean, I think this whole area through here is just going to become a nightmare with this amount of parking and vehicular traffic coming in and out. So, and not to mention everything Stacy said too about the guidelines. So that's kind of my take on it while agreeing with everybody else.
Okay. Well, go ahead,
I'd
Matt.
like to add to Stacy cited some the guidelines. So I want to quote a couple of things from the intro. Paragraph 6, special care should be taken when designing a project to ensure that it is visually integrated in mass, scale, and character with the neighborhood and the town. Paragraph 3, the town wishes to ensure that the neighborhood appears to be visually and functionally related to the older core. As seen from a distance, the accommodations treatment area should appear to be a part of the community with essentially the same perceived street and alley arrangements, building forms, and development scale. So that last piece, development scale, it is grossly out of scale with the rest of the town.
Okay. So then I'll reveal my quick thought about 6 steps to a possible path forward. Which, judging from the comments here, they might not pass the litmus test. So don't shoot me, but I'm going to read them anyway. 2 stories on building 2 along the river, no higher. It's just got to be River Park corridor is so sensitive. No more than 2, number 2, no more than 2 stories on all corners, which they came close to. Number 3, 15 to 20 foot setbacks on the east and the west end towards the park, creating more green space between the existing units there, and pathways. And as many people suggested, not having this huge impact upon arrival. And look, it's really P&Z's, I guess, purview, but I can't believe 800 cars are going to go through one door and out the same door. But, I'm a licensed engineer, but not in highway studies and traffic. But no 5th story, no matter what. Nothing over 4 stories. Then Kristen's remarks, elevated also by my 3 visits now to the story polls, that, it's the articulation of buildings. There can be no 3-story buildings without a break in the wall plane. That's not just a balcony or a deck. And then let's see. Yeah. Okay. So in summary, 2-story on 2, 4-story max, increased east-west setbacks. So we're shrinking the building, bringing the height down, and they can get the same amount of parking if their hydraulic studies allow them to go underneath buildings 2, 3, and 4 with a 2nd story. And again, lowering the overall height, as Matt said, pretty much by a story, but not all the way around. For instance, on the north side, it's the same height as the buildings across the street. On the west side, it's 2 feet, west side, it's 2 feet lower and 2.5 feet lower. However, and I also concur, I don't know, I'm not going to argue about it here, but this along the river trail, not just 2-story buildings, but it needs to be broken up. I think you would say in two buildings, but
2 to 3.
But I would say at least 2.
Are you saying more space between them though?
Yeah, there's going to have to be some space between them.
Yeah.
And we said that originally 2 work sessions ago, that you want to walk through there. And so they're just going to have to figure that out. So to me, I could see a way forward with that and have, well, they could have all the parking, 818, if they go a 2nd floor under everything. They're not going to lose anything, but and probably that could easily happen because you take away the 5th floor parking on that north side, and it's made up by the fact that there's 2 stories underneath the buildings 2, 3, and 4. But it's got to come smaller. But I think I'm saying, the whole thing was about, if all we had was building 1 here, do you think we'd be sitting up here approving this? There's no way. But it's disguised cleverly and intriguingly surrounded by what I thought most were affordable housing units to pretty much hide it. So that's why I'm seeing a way forward. Again, shrink it, lower the perimeter buildings. And if they don't do 2 stories underground and they only get 700 car spaces, then I can't help it. I'm supposed to look at the design guidelines. So that's the way forward I see, but maybe that's not radical enough surgery for the rest of the board.
I want to expand just
Go for it.
a tiny bit, and this is not an apples to apples comparison. So forgive me for that, but the Vale parking garage is 1,037 spaces. It's 3 ticket givers gates on the way in, and it's 3 payment kiosks on the way out. Now it does narrow down. On the way out, it's 2 exit lanes, turn lanes onto a 4-lane road, which is a quarter-mile from an interstate highway.
And it's congested when there's.
Here we're gonna exit. Again, it's hard, this is schematic, but we're gonna exit onto a bridge over the San Miguel River.
Which has to be replaced.
So and the reason for me making that comparison is that the number of spaces is too many, even if we put 1,000 spaces underground for the carrying capacity of the street that it exits onto.
Which is not our purview, but.
Which is not our purview. And so, yeah, you never, but.
But whose purview is that?
Well, it's gonna go to P and Z after us.
But it's not our purview directly, but it impacts our purview because the mass and the scale of the building we're talking about.
It's the program
Impacts
that affects.
the character of the neighborhood and the community, the town. Yes.
But only because the housing around it disguises the whole thing is because, you're allowed a maximum of 30,000 square feet in this area, right? And we're 210,000. We don't even we've approved other projects that had a setback of a 4th floor. And there was no 4th floor in here. I'm not ever going to approve a 5th floor, but there are certain elements of this that I think that's the surgery I'm talking about. But if that isn't good enough for the board, then we got a more serious discussion to have right now.
The question though is that enough?
Well, that's
still
what
a
I'm
big
saying.
building.
I don't think that everything you outlined is still enough. I still think building number 1 and 2 are too big, especially building number 1. I think it's got to be at least cut in half. I don't even know if half's going to do it. Even at half, there's still going to be 2 massive buildings.
They're saying break it into 2.
2 buildings.
Well, if it's disguised behind housing, do you think it really matters to break it up?
I do.
Yeah.
Doesn't fit into the character of town in any way.
Looks just more like a giant apartment building, I guess, than a parking garage, but it's still a giant building.
Yeah. Well, we have to give them some direction here.
I think we have.
Well, I mean, we got to have some specificity.
So, okay, we'll start there. I'm in favor of the 8 conditions that are given. I would add 3 more. I think bicycle parking has been mentioned, but it's not sufficient. I don't think it even, and it's hard to tell, but I don't think it even.
We can add it, but let's talk about mass and scale.
Okay. Well, AC 16 building setbacks has not been mentioned, but if you read AC 16, it talks about building setbacks being an amenity for pedestrians relative to street edges, configured to enhance the pedestrian experience in the neighborhood. I don't see any of that here. Okay, and that guideline's not mentioned in any of the conditions, so I think that could be one. What's really interesting to me is there's a whole guideline about parking.
Yeah.
But I'll be darned if it doesn't really apply.
Yeah.
Other than 3, what is it, B3 or C3, when large parking lots and areas increase landscaping to screen the lot. You could consider dividing the lot into smaller components.
It's not.
I know, but it's not contemplating a 5-level parking garage, right? So it's hard to, I almost put that one in not applicable.
Yeah.
I almost put parking design in not applicable.
This is building one's like 300 foot long, right? 295 or something. And Matt, Voodoo's how long?
Voodoo's about 190 and this is 280 something.
280, 190. And I'm thinking of what other big building, well, the school's 300 feet.
School didn't go through HARC.
But yeah, it was exempt, but
Sort of.
but
Sort
just
of.
for relative viewpoint throughout town. And again, I think the parking garage, I'd rather set it back on each end, which I suggested. That's a total of 40 feet. I don't know how many square feet that, and how
So
many,
you're saying 40 feet is cut out of the entire length?
yeah,
What you're proposing.
building one, 20 feet, I said 15 to 20 feet on each end. But rather than two buildings, I still think, and I mean, it would be, I guess I shouldn't care, but it'd be a design disaster to have two separate parking garages. I mean, as far as utilization of this land. So if we took it in 40 feet, we lowered the floor, it's all 2-story along the river, and soften the corners, you know, I could see a path forward, but I guess if that's not severe enough, we got to have a straw poll and then to talk about what we're going to do, because we have to reply.
If I could jump in as the applicant, I think that, hopefully, if I could jump in as the applicant.
Well, is it something new that we haven't talked about? Because in the middle of deliberations, we're not supposed to go back to you, but
Okay.
this is the most important project we're ever going to talk about. So
Sure.
if you got something new or different to say, tell me.
I just wanted to state that, you know, we're very open to working with you, and
Yeah.
I hope we show that we've been good listeners and really tried to capture your feedback each time we've been here, and would really like to continue to work with you to try and understand how we can make the building better.
Thank you for that. And I believe you, but what we don't want to do is just chip away at this. I agree with people. I mean, we got to cut fish or cut bait now. And with some feedback to you on a condition of mass and scale. If losing 40 feet of building one, losing one level of the parking garage on that north half, bringing everything down on the corners to 2-story and along the river trail, all 2 stories. If that's not enough, I'd like to take a straw poll and just see if it is or isn't. So.
Start over there.
Start where? Andrew, they want to start with you.
Well, he's over.
Well, I know, he's on the far end. Are you still listening?
Yeah, I'm still listening. You kind of cut out there at the end.
Let me re-summarize. I said, we're taking a straw poll.
Yep.
And this isn't exact, but it's concept. If building 2 goes to a 2-story, that's the easy part. 3 and 4 probably just have a little articulation and, you know, 3-story wall plane issues. 4 stories the max, the 5th floor goes. East-west setback 15 to 20 feet on each end. So the building shrinks, let's say 20, so it shrinks 40 feet on the site. Now it's gotten a story lower. And
So in that sense, it goes from 280 to 240. Still massive.
to what?
It goes from 280 to 240. What you're proposing?
280 what?
280 feet.
Oh, okay. Yeah. On this site, in this zone, I don't think it's quite as stringent but first of all, I'm not going to argue the guidelines were never written for a project like this, but we are where we are. You know, there's a huge need. We're trying to decide how we can get mass scale figure out. And because we're skirting this building, as kind of Sherry says, it just makes it look like a larger apartment complex, because you really don't, you know, see the garage very much.
Well,
do what we want.
we didn't in one of the first work sessions, but that's been whittled away. In the current version, you actually see an awful lot of the parking garage, especially on Black Bear. I'll just say that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
the screen wall.
we're also bringing in 40 feet, and well, those are things that need to be addressed. I agree. So I guess, Andrew, the question is that enough surgery? Or are we going to the point where, you know, you can have parking for 300 cars and we're done with this? What do you?
I don't think that's necessarily enough. I'm with Matt. I think even if you cut 1 and 2 in half, I don't even think that's still enough.
Okay, that's your straw poll vote, Sherry. Oh, wait a minute, we're going this way, Bob.
No, that one.
Oh, now we're going this way. God, it's only 9:30.
Yeah.
I think, I can't say it couldn't be possibly salvaged, but with those, but also I think another critical thing would be to widen that northern walkway. So also to, because that's still gonna be a 4 stories, even if you got rid of the 5th story of the building 1. And that's really just a tunnel there that's gonna get no sunlight. So that really needs to be either severely stepped back as you go up, or just that whole wall brought.
I think what Mark's saying is building 2 would go from 3 stories to 2 stories, and then the adjacent large building 1 would go drop a story.
Yeah,
So
drop the
kind of
complete story.
much
But I
less
think it's only
sunlight.
4 stories, isn't it, on the
4 stories
northern
at the green
edge?
space.
It's 5
Oh.
stories on the
On the north side, or on the south
southern
side, yeah.
side,
But it's basically dropping a story.
Level.
dropping a level also on the north side.
Another.
And I think another huge issue that, you know, people have mentioned and talked about is the entry to the parking lot. I mean, that's obviously not sufficient. Somebody, I think, in a public comment said, you know, maybe you could have like a lane for pass holders and a lane for, you know, visitors who are going to be fumbling around trying to figure out how to get into the parking garage, that kind of thing. So I think that's critical. But also just the backup across the bridge, I think would be extremely disruptive for everyone.
Well, the only thing I'm thinking about there is really it's an extra 220 cars over what comes down there now between Carhenge and here, if you're at 800 spots.
Mhm. But a lot of the skiing parking, I think, was over at Carhenge.
Past past this choke point. You mean?
Yeah.
Right, but then they're gonna be coming into this parking garage and there's gonna be the issues with just, you
Well, I
know,
mean, just-
delays getting into the garage.
West Quarter Plan, they did this traffic study and, you know, this is not supposed to be a bit, I share the concern. But it's like, you mean 6 years later, we're talking about the same thing? Can't put enough cars, okay, but back to mass and scale. So you suggested something in addition to what I said, and I'm good with that. On the north side, dropping the level also, as well as on the, or excuse me, on the west side, right? And then all on the south side, yeah, 1 story less. Okay. Okay, so Andrew's kind of a no, you're kind of a add on these things and maybe. Okay, Stacy?
Well, for my, personally, I would not use the word deny because it carries a whole bunch of other implications.
I'm not suggesting.
Well,
I did.
it was brought up.
That's okay, but
So I'm not quite there, but it's gonna, for me, it would have to be a substantial reduction in the number of parking spaces, and that's for 2 reasons. One, which is probably slightly outside of our purview, the impact on the surroundings. But secondly, that's the only way my expected reductions in mass scale and increases in setbacks is gonna happen. And reduction, if we're talking about dropping a whole level, I mean, that's a massive reduction in the number of parking spaces. Not 20, 250, you know, massive.
well, they may make those up underground. I
Oh.
don't, well, that's not our purview, but
It isn't, but that's the kind of, that's what I need to see in mass and scale mitigation. More stepping down, more screening.
okay.
Yeah.
All right, so it's a mixed bag.
I'll talk now if you want.
Oh, you're ready.
Yeah.
Get close to that microphone.
Yes.
This may set the destiny of this town. Bob.
No,
What do
yeah.
you have to say?
Well, I think we ought to give them what you've said and Stacy said. Reduce the size of the building, reduce the levels, and see where it goes. It's still a big building, and it may still be a big building when they come back. But I think we're asking for substantial reduction in the size of the building,
yeah,
and the height, that we should see where they go. I don't think we should turn them down. And
all right,
I have one more thing, sorry. Because I wrote it down here. one of the public comments was that the green space and the landscape in the room seemed performative. And I tend to agree. I think it's a shiny object.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, we're not planting trees up there. You need 3-4 feet of soil to do that. We're not, we're not. And a soccer field, other green space,
I think
it's
well,
just not gonna,
yeah.
it's not gonna happen.
Okay, but well, we need to make.
I had
green space.
I revised the condition. One of my condition 6, revised the entire roof of the building 1 to eliminate the large green space and replace with a variety of small landscape islands and green areas within the rooftop parking area to further break up the entire roof area. Divide up the solar panels into smaller groupings around and within the green areas consistent with those conditions. I would look at the solar collectors as being more of a parking shade structure, you know, around edges and maybe some in the middle to, if we're looking at a certain number of solar collectors.
Fewer than shown.
Well,
you mean?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know where the number came from, if it's going to be enough to power the whole garage and you don't need anything else, or
And
what?
I think there does need to be, and maybe there's been done, or maybe there will be done, a sun angle study, because I'll defer to folks that live down there, but
November
I think
through
there are
April?
months where there's an hour or two.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, and in fact, if you want to be a good citizen, let's buy something on the grid like the school did. But anyway, right now we look down at a parking lot that's pretty ugly, so I think it can't get much uglier. But, you know, well,
Doesn't have any green in it now.
Let me, look, we got a lot to do yet, and it's 9:45, so I know what we're gonna do. We're gonna have to read the continuances and stop the meeting. That's just what we're gonna have to do, because we gotta do 3 and 4 yet, but I'd like to assemble a motion with conditions. And I also think that it should be continued to the later, or to the either October 21st, depending on if they finish their hydrostatic studies, because it will determine, again, could be determined less mass and scale by itself if they put another 100 cars under there. That doesn't please the P and Z folks. Maybe they're gonna, for other reasons, since they're gonna handle entry and traffic and flow, they may cut the building in half without us. I don't know. Go to the meeting.
So you're saying not continue to October 21st?
Well, 21st, if and only if they have the hydrostatic study complete. Because otherwise, there's people waiting in line in the private sector that we're shutting down here by just doing this. And
We're already filling up September and October.
we have 3 for September on
We'll
these.
push this to November.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of people not here also in September, right? Of the HARC
Or
members.
November.
Or November. I don't have a problem with that, but I was giving out. But let's try to get some conditions that we can get some consensus. We're not, I can tell on the vote, it's not going to be 5-0. Okay, it's not going to be that. I don't know what it's going to be, but it's not 5-0. So let me first of all say Kristen's conditions 1 through 8, I think are fine, but I think we got to add some specificity, which we just, I think, started making a list. And on that list, Bob, I know you were going to amend some. I can see your notes over there. I think if we go with 1 through 8, these are important enough. I'd like to add them separately about the height,
Okay.
reducing the setbacks, building 2. So is everybody okay with 1 through 8 as written? I have a couple amendments to them, like, no 3-story unbroken wall planes, because she says increase articulation, but it's time to get specific. That doesn't mean just increase it, but there are no unbroken wall planes. I think we would all say that, right?
Vertical
guidelines would tell us we'd have no choice. So I might add a few things to that. I can try this, and I welcome very much any friendly amendments. And we'll try to get this down for Piper so it's discernible. But I think we just need to go forward because we got to get to 3 and 4, that we got to read 5 continuances. And then unfortunately, the rest of you are going to have to come back September 16th, which I already listed. There'd be 3 of people coming back September 16th. And they have to go, and the other ones like are we'll get to it, like some of these 238 North Pine are going to have to go to October. I mean, it's not fair to the people that came tonight. So we want to do the right thing. Okay, so I'm gonna, what I want to add to 1 through 8 is pretty much what I spoke to. Well, first of all, do we want to say the green space would be landscape islands and not this soccer field for a lot of reasons?
I think so.
That's an easy one, I guess.
I rewrote that one. That's what I read. Number 6.
Yeah.
I rewrote
Okay,
that.
you prepare that for oh, you got it? Okay, will you help me out with that? Then solar panels, what do you want to say about that? I'm doing the easy ones first. Less and more thought and arrangement? I mean,
Yeah.
what do we want to do?
I said divide up the solar panels into smaller groupings around and within the
Okay,
green area.
can we use that?
Yeah,
Okay.
just use.
All right, and then I'm gonna start with, okay, so that'd be green space is 9, 10 is solar, 11, building 2 becomes 2 stories. 12 would be building 1. Well, and 2, 20-foot reduced. Well, I'm just saying 40-foot reduced length. That's on the east and west total.
Or setback 20 feet.
Or setback, yeah, because the setback is what the guidance, I mean, that's, okay. All corners 2 stories, maximum of 2 stories. Maximum 2 stories. 14, eliminate the 5th floor. Building 1. What else? I mean, what else?
Setbacks to large buildings should be varied and should be treated as positive open space amenities to be enjoyed by pedestrians.
Okay, so I've got that on increasing the setbacks in number 12.
It's
increased by 40 or 20 feet on each
it's
end.
16 A4.
AC 16 A4. And many of these are, thank you for that one though, are covered in her number 1 where she cites, she doesn't have that one though, Stacy, so thanks. Which one am I going to cite for the soccer field?
You need to decide anything. There's nothing that contemplates a soccer on top.
On our roof?
Well, let's see, AC 20.
Actually, they get big enough for a festival. Okay. They'd have to go artificial turf. Well, we're not going to discuss this. We're done with this project and we are done for the evening on the other public hearing items. There are 3, unfortunately, and I feel bad. Yeah. And so all we're going to do is read into the record the continuances. We have 5 continuances without discussion for a total of 11 projects tonight or 11 applications. Don't all go at once. I think they want to hear this motion. Or not. Okay. Eliminate the 5th floor. What are the things that could make it palatable to you on a vote? And again, I think here's the thing. I think we're trying to see what they can do with this. And then I'm the first one to say, if we see it, I mean, we're trying to be reasonable. If we see it and it's still, we can't look at the guidelines and look at this and vote yes, then we just can't. But I want to give it a try. I'm a glasses half full sort of guy, and I just don't want to give up tonight. So.
Didn't we have breaking building 2 into
Oh,
breaking
God,
building 2
thank you.
into
Yeah,
multiple?
building 2 stories and break into, I'm going to say 2 to 3 separate buildings, and let's see what they do.
Larger space in between.
Yeah.
I think it necessarily needs to be a larger space. Than
Well,
what
just
they've already carved out for the stair corridor.
Yeah.
Doesn't need to be.
10 feet. I mean, we did it on the the corner on those, what were those affordable housing units in the corner. Remember, we had spaces between the buildings. Worked out pretty well. Okay, I mean, this isn't perfect, but I'm just trying to get something out there. But again, I just want to reiterate that when we make this motion, don't come back and say, well, don't come back without the fifth floor gone and building two, all 2 stories. Please don't come back until you got that, meeting this, or I'm gonna have to join everybody and say, this seems not doable. But let's try, okay? Here we go.
Excuse me, I just want to clarify. You're making a motion for item 1 that's going to be the same motion for item 1 and item 2?
Yes, building 1 and 2 is one motion.
So the first motion you make is going to apply to item 1 and 2.
No.
And it's-
No.
it-
Item 1,
What do you mean, item 1?
buildings 1 and 2.
Yeah,
Hearing item number
Right.
1 is building number 1 and 2. Hearing item number 2 is building 2 or 3 and
oh,
4.
you want me to break them up and to do one for 1 and one for 2?
No, 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 no.
No.
But you're saying-
Okay, I'm doing what Kristen wrote,
Yeah.
1 and 2 together.
Oh,
Item 1.
memo, it's in the packet. There are 2 separate motions for item
Yes.
1 and item 2. They may be identical, but what I'm asking is if you're making one motion for hearing item 1 and hearing item.
That's what I'd like to do.
We have to. That's what's in the
Yep.
agenda.
That's what I'd like to do.
You're making one motion.
Yes. And then
No.
we get to 3 and 4.
Yes.
Making 2 motions.
You call, we got building number 1 and 2 and building
there's
3 and
items.
4. Building item number 1 is building 1 and 2.
All right.
So I wouldn't call them items. If just say it's building number 2 and building 3 and 4.
That request to make, since this is a contentious item, rather than just saying like number 1 as written, please state the entire condition, even
Whoa.
if you're just changing one word.
Well, if I'm,
Record,
I will do that.
Ill,
But,
then I have to transcribe.
okay,
all.
but on her number 1 through 8 that's written, I'm just gonna modify 2 of them minorly, so I'd like to let those go. And then we'll read it in detail for the rest, if that's okay. All right, let's try it, and you stop me if you want too fast, Piper, and we'll go from there. So, I don't wanna say this, I'd like to say to continue to to October or November meeting as soon as the hydraulic study is completed.
Just you want to put a condition for the study to be complete?
Oh, well, that's an easy way out. Thank you.
You will need to continue to a date certain. So, if you continue to October, they could, if they haven't completed what your condition is, you could then continue it again, but you do have to continue to a date certain.
Well, let me ask the applicant. This is pretty radical surgery. Do you think you can come back by October 21st? It gives you about 6 weeks of hard work, but I don't know. Is that doable? I know it's hard to sit there and judge it, but would you rather have 10 weeks and go to November?
We'll aim for October. October would work for our team.
Okay, then I gotta add this condition upon complete hydraulic study, hydrostatic study before the hearing. Okay. And look, there's a lot more we could say, but I'm just gonna try to condense this, and here we go. I move to continue to the October 21st, 2026 HARC meeting, the preliminary scale large Anadoka lot redevelopment at 860 Black Bear Road, buildings 1 and 2, based on the findings in the staff memorandum dated August 19th, 2026, with the following conditions. Number 1, which is the only place I'm going to have, and 1 and 2, I'll have a minor edit. I'll just read it as it's going to be revised, just like you suggested. Further reduce the perceived mass and scale of building 1, including the 2 northernmost modules of the east facade, and reduce all 4 corners to 2 stories by incorporating additional variations in vertical wall planes, parentheses, no unbroken 3-story wall planes, end parentheses, and increase articulation of horizontal wall planes varying the module heights, modifying materials, and are stepping down facades towards the roads and pedestrian pathways consistent with all the conditions that are currently written in Kristen's memo. There's a lot of them. 2, as written, except for, I'd like to strike the word preferably in the second line. It should read, but not more than 50 feet. So strike the word preferably. 3 through 8 is written. 9, Bob, save that for friendly amendment. So I'm going to go on to 9 would be reduce building 2 to 2 stories and break into 2 to 3 separate buildings along the river trail per RC. Okay. Well, RPC 3 and RPC 11. That would work. And 11A1. Thank you, Matt. Okay. So that's 9. 10 would be for building 1 and 2, increase the setback on the east and west ends by a minimum of 20 feet on each side per AC 16A4. Number 11, it might be redundant, but I'm going to put in there. All corners on building 1 and surrounding buildings, maximum 2-story height per AC 1 through A3, AC 6, AC 23. That's enough. Number 12, eliminate the 5th floor of building 1 per AC 1A through A3, AC 6, AC 23. And it goes on and on. 13, complete the hydrostatic study before the hearing. Okay, so I'm going to add one more and then we can vote on it, which I didn't read, but I think it's obvious. Number 14 would be on building 2, incorporate the river trail 1-story and 2-story appendages into the building itself with a maximum of 2 stories height per, again, AC 1 through 3, AC 6, AC 23, and the River Park Trail RPC 3 and RPC 11. And then I'll ask for a friendly amendment. This motion is based on evidence testimony provided at a public hearing held on August 19th, 2026. No such hearing provided is required by the Telluride Land Use Code. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
And
Any friendly amendments?
you're talking about number 6?
You have
Okay.
2, green space and solar panels.
Okay.
And those would be 15 and 16, Bob.
I had it as number 6.
Well, I know.
You're gonna do it?
No, you do it. 15 and
Add
16.
15 and 16. Revise the entire roof plan of building 1 to eliminate the large green space and replace with a variety of smaller landscape islands and green areas within the rooftop parking area to further break up the entire roof area. And then another one would be divide up the solar panels into smaller groupings around and within the green areas, consistent with AC 20A, C, and C4.
That was very friendly and I accept it.
I smiled when I did it.
You sure you have to accept it also?
Got one?
I accept it. Or I second it? I
Yes.
don't know.
Did you?
I second
Well,
the
no, you
friendly
have to.
amendments.
If you don't like it. Okay, but are there other friendly amendments? Anybody want to add something? Okay. Andrew? How do you vote?
Andrew, yes.
Bob, yes.
Mark, yes.
I don't feel that not asking them to divide building 1 into 2 structures is the right direction. So I'm going to vote no.
Okay.
Stacy, yes.
Okay. All right. See you in October.
Thank you all for your.
Well,
Oh, you have to do this
we got a
again.
whole nother one.
Yeah, 3 and 4.
Motion to make on
Yes.
item number 2, buildings 2 and 3 and 4.
Yep.
Yes.
And who wants to make that?
And then you have to continue all the other items.
We will.
Okay.
Who wants to make building 3 and 4?
Did we make any changes on that one?
Well,
I had a,
it's,
I did,
I mean, her condition number 1 pretty much includes everything we just said for the other
oh,
building.
wait a minute.
Break up wall panes, reduce mass and scale. I mean, I don't know.
I think we should just read it as is because newsflash, it's going to change a lot based on.
I think so.
May I make a statement, Mark? This is the one where I had suggested perhaps an additional condition. And so that additional condition would be to set back.
Well, I'm
Building-
setting back 20 feet now.
Oh, you're doing building 3 as well?
Oh, no, we didn't do that.
Doing 3 and.
Because you're on
4
3 and
right
4.
now.
So
no, I know.
because this is the motion for 3 and 4, if you wish to incorporate that, I would have included it in the memo.
Yeah.
Had,
So that'd be number 6, increase
it-
west setback, building 3 to allow egress.
yeah, pedestrian. Yeah,
Building
great.
3, that was a public comment. It was obvious on site to allow access. Okay, and I don't think we even need a condition for that, but I don't know. So, I mean, do we want to add more specificity or just go with 1 through 5 and add this 6?
Go for it.
I'm fine with that.
We said 1 through 5, there are 8 proposed motion, conditions.
No, on 3 and 4, there's
On 3
5.
and 4. Not on packet material I'm looking at.
Huh?
You're looking at
Yeah.
1 and 2, because it's
Oh, yeah, she's on 1 and 2. Yeah.
building 3 and 4 is 5 conditions.
Yep.
Why are they all meshed together in? Okay. Give me
Okay.
1 second, please.
All right.
Did you ever look at? Yeah.
What provision are you using for, which guideline are you using for 6?
I don't have one. You got one?
I don't know, I was looking.
Well, 16 is setback.
Access.
So this is everyone, but Stacy and I are noticing that
Well, we'll do that after.
16.
the PDF that we have is scrambled.
Yeah.
Oh,
They all are.
I can clarify where that stands and Piper can too, but not during the public hearing.
all right. Well, I can make this. Do we have a conditions for pedestrian access?
I was looking, I don't see it in the AC.
Probably be a site planning.
Pedestrian.
Maybe in the River Park corridor.
I'm gonna start the motion while you're looking it up and then, so. Oh,
Maybe.
and the,
River Park 3 might do it. Maybe. Maybe not.
Is this the additional setback to the buildings to the west?
Yes.
Building 3 to the west.
Policy site planning. Coordinate the site plan of individual building lots with those of adjacent properties.
which is that AC what?
14A.
Thank you, Stacy.
That works.
Okay, and I'm gonna add prior to the hearing, complete the hydrostatic studies. Okay. Okay, I move to continue to the October 21st HARC meeting. The preliminary large-scale Shandoka lot redevelopment at 860 Black Bear Road, buildings 3 and 4, based on the findings of the staff memorandum dated August 19th, 2026, with the following conditions. 1 through 5 is written. I'd like to add a number 6, increase the setback between building 3 and the western property line to allow access for pedestrians per AC 14A. Number 7, complete the hydrostatic study prior to the hearing. This motion is based on evidence testimony provided at a public hearing held on August 19th, 2026, with no such hearing provided as required by the Federal Land Use Code. Any friendly amendment? Oh, excuse me, need a second.
I'll second.
Okay, any friendly amendments? Okay, hearing none, let's vote. Andrew?
Andrew, yes.
Bob, yes.
Mark, yes.
Matt, yes.
Stacy, yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, so we have, Chris and I had looked ahead. This is our only choice. We have no choice this hour. To this second, let me get my agenda back out.
And I have
Now-
dates, Mark, for the continuances when you get each one.
Here it is. So as we go, and this can be, Ally, I think we can read the first line, the project title of all these, right? I mean, why not just read that and then say this will be continued, to a date?
And I would,
We're doing item number 3 right now, right?
Yeah, but I'm asking about all of them. I would just like to read, if it's okay, the first one, such as, here's the project title, Carhenge redevelopment. It's a lot, buildings A, B, and C will be continued to a date in September TBD.
and I have 2 date options that you might consider.
Okay, and Andrew had suggested we not do any more of these along with the
Yes.
private development. So we're not gonna have, I know the board feels we don't want to have a slew of these extra meetings,
Mhm.
but we're willing to do this one.
Yes.
And what dates are you, it should be
Sure.
after our next meeting.
So this is the extra meeting that you had requested in September. It'll be after your September public hearing, which is mid-September. And so September 16th is your regular meeting. Either you could select 2 weeks after that, that puts you to September 30th. It's a Wednesday. Or if you'd prefer to do the Tuesday, September 29th, we could do that instead. But that sort of basically offsets your meetings so that there's a week break in between, and you're adding 1 extra meeting, and that was per HARC's recommendation at your last meeting to have the
9:30
car.
or 9:29?
9:30 or 9:29. Yes. And if none of those work, we can pick another option to
What
choose
day of the
from.
week is that?
The 29th is the Tuesday, and the 30th is the Wednesday.
You guys, is the 30th, the normal Wednesday, okay?
30th of September.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's open for me.
Both fine with me, either one.
Either one.
Okay.
Let's do Wednesday, the 30th then.
Great.
You okay, Sherry?
I think so.
Okay, Andrew?
Yep, that's
Okay,
fine.
One
Great.
project. So if you want to read each one and then read the project title, I think that's enough, and then we can vote on whether it's going to be continued or not. So who wants to start reading?
So Mark, I believe you can actually do this as items 3, 4, and 5. Read the title and the legal description, but when you read the title, just read all buildings. The legal description is the same for all.
And
So
make one motion for all 3?
One motion for all 3 buildings, A, B, C, D1, D2, E1, E2, and E3.
Read the 3 projects, number 3, 4, and 5, then we're going to say they all get moved to September 30th. Thank you for that efficiency suggestion. Who wants to read all 3?
I'll do it.
Okay, let's do it.
Not sure.
So just read the projects and then say move to September 30th.
Yeah, just say on item number 3, which is then read the title, and then number 4, read the title, 5, read the title, and then make the motion of.
Okay, so for item number 3, project title, Carhenge redevelopment project, preliminary large scale buildings A, B, C. Item number 4, project title, Carhenge redevelopment project, preliminary large scale buildings D1 and D2. And item number 5, Carhenge redevelopment project, preliminary large scale buildings E1, E2, and E3. I move to continue these 3 projects without discussion to September 30th.
You have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Andrew?
Andrew, yes.
Wait a minute. I can't. I'm recused from Carhenge.
Oh, that's right.
Somebody else.
I will second.
Okay, Andrew?
Forgot.
Andrew, yes.
Mark, yes.
Matt, yes.
Stacy, yes.
Okay.
Vote. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, for the next one.
Sherry needs to vote.
Sherry,
yes.
Oh, great. Thank you.
For the next one,
For the next one, the date that you will use is November 18th for the continuance without discussion.
That's Dakota.
That is,
Pine
nope,
Street.
that is
North.
238 North Pine
The what date?
to November 18th.
Right, well, that sounds better. Who wants to read those two? Same thing, read both and then make the motion for the 18th.
I'll do it.
Good.
All right, item number 6, project title 238 North Pine. TBD lot 18A, and item number 7, 238 North Pine, TBD lot 18B. I move to continue without discussion these projects to November 18th.
I'll
I'll
second.
second that. Oh,
Go ahead.
Andrew second. Okay, Andrew, how do you vote?
Andrew, yes.
Sherry, yes.
Stacy, yes.
Mark, oh man,
Matt, yes.
Mark, yes.
Bob, yes.
And you're getting really good at this, Sherry. Keep going.
All right.
I'm recused from 734.
Primrose, okay.
When, okay, that'd be the 16th, and that's okay, I think, because we moved the rest out of bounds. So, okay, so these 8, 9, and 10 can go to September 16th
Okay,
and 11.
but these I need to do separately,
Or
I
so
think,
we
right?
almost
Because
filled
they're
up
not
that.
related.
Okay,
Okay, item number 8, 734 Primrose Small Scale. I move to continue without discussion to September 16th, 2026 HARC meeting.
I'll second.
Andrew, yes.
Sherry, yes.
Matt, yes.
Mark, yes.
Bob, yes.
Okay,
All right, item number 9, 461 Dakota Avenue. I move to continue without discussion to September 16th, 2026 HARC meeting.
I'll second.
Andrew,
Andrew, yes.
Stacy, yes.
Matt, yes.
Mark, yes.
Bob, yes.
Item number 10, 208 South First Street, HARC Large Scale Final Development. I move to continue without discussion to the September 16th, 2026 HARC meeting.
I'm recused from this one due to proximity.
Oh, God.
Sherry, yes.
Well, nobody seconded
Oops,
it.
nobody seconded.
I'll second it.
This is the condition for 208 Southburg. I'm typing as fast as I can.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yes, this is 208 Southbury.
Continued to September,
16th.
not October 21st, as stated in the memo.
No, September 16th. 208 South Fur.
It wasn't continued before.
No, but the proposed motions. Bear with me, people.
Okay.
September what day?
16.
Who seconded?
I'll second.
Okay, let's vote.
Andrew can't.
Sherry.
Sherry, yes.
Stacy, yes.
Matt, yes.
Mark, yes.
Bob, yes.
All right.
I'm recused from the last item.
Okay, Sherry, keep going, and you're gonna set a world record here.
All right.
6 motions.
Item number 11, 845 Primrose Lane, CA amendment. I move to continue without discussion to the September 16th, 2026 HARC meeting.
I'll second.
I'll second it. Oh, Andrew, I defer to you. If you second, okay,
I will
great.
second that.
Why don't you vote?
Andrew, yes.
Sherry, yes.
Matt, yes.
Mark, yes.
Bob, yes.
Okay, we will adjourn the meeting at 10:19 PM. Thank you very much.
Just-
No one's left.
Just want to make a note. I'm not going to be